Chapter 2654, 2654 Incinerating the Frost Springs. 2654 Incinerating the Frost Springs. Initially, Ming Feng had no intention of attacking personally. However, the moment the battle broke out, 3 Nether Kings died and that enraged him. Kill! Ming Feng leaped up and roared, "Bloodline phenomenon!" Splash! Ming Feng's bloodline circulated and was pushed to its limits instantly. A gigantic spring appeared behind him and a chilling spring water phenomenon spewed out. The remaining few Nether Kings did not dare to be careless and released the bloodline phenomenon of Hell Frost Springs as well, charging towards the martial Dao Prime body. The reason why the bloodline of the ancient Nether race was powerful was because they were born from the Frost Springs and their bloodline carried the power of the Frost Springs. Although the bloodline phenomenon did not condense the true Hell Frost Springs, the phenomenon alone was sufficiently powerful. Even King Northridge's grotto heaven earlier on was frozen. But now, with Ming Feng as the leader, the 11 Nether King experts released the bloodline phenomenon of Hell Frost Springs at the same time and the temperature of the entire hall plummeted while a mighty power burst forth. A look of despair flashed through King Northridge's eyes. There was no way they could defend against that power. 11 Frost Spring phenomenons descended at the same time. If he was caught in the same position, he would freeze to death instantly even with his major grotto heaven. Humph! The martial Dao Prime body sneered and stood in midair without dodging. Suddenly, 2 purple flames burned in his deep eyes. Bang! Boom! Similarly, the martial Dao Prime body released his blood chi and the sound of raging tides slapping the shore sounded from his body. The blood chi was so strong that as long as everyone around closed their eyes, they would feel as though the entire main hall of the North Ridge Palace was submerged in a vast sea. The blood chi of the martial Dao Prime body emitted a scorching heat. The surrounding void was almost distorted from the heat and the nether chi was already burned to ashes. 11 Hell Frost Springs surged over and bumped into the high-temperature airwaves emitted from the body of the martial Dao Prime body. Hot and cold, the 2 extremity powers collided with a strange sound. Shing! 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 The 11 Hell Frost Springs could not charge over and were blocked by the powerful blood chi of the martial Dao Prime body, emitting white smoke. The cultivators were shocked. The blood chi of this outsider was so strong that he could fight against the bloodline of the ancient Nether race. Furthermore, he could defend against 11 Hell Frost Springs single-handedly. In the memories of the cultivators, this was simply heaven-defying and impossible. The only ones who could defend against the bloodline of the ancient Nether race were the ancient Nether race. But now, the appearance of the martial Dao Prime body broke the understanding of the living beings of Hell. Gulp! Gulp! The 2 parties were in a stalemate. In less than 2 to 3 breaths, the 11 Hell Frost Springs began to bubble and show signs of boiling. Hell Frost Springs was known as the coldest water in the world. But now, they were boiling because of the blood chi of someone else. Who would believe this if they had not seen it with their own eyes? Everyone, attack with all your might and kill this lad. Ming Feng hollered and summoned the bloodline phenomenon of his major grotto heaven as he continued channeling Hell Frost Springs. The void behind him suddenly collapsed and a dark and deep grotto heaven appeared, emitting a sinister and terrifying aura. 11 grotto heavens crushed down at the same time as the 11 Frost Spring phenomenons. I'd be a little interested if it was the real Hell Frost Springs. The martial Dao Prime body shook his head gently. However, these are mere phenomenons that are way too weak. The moment he said that, the martial Dao Prime body channeled his blood chi to its limits and seemed to have vanished from the spot, replaced by a gigantic furnace. There were a few different flames burning in the furnace. Martial Spirit Fire, Dragon Phoenix Flame, Tribulation Fire, Red Lotus Karmic Fire and Hellfire. The 5 types of flames burned day and night and had long burned the furnace scarlet. The bloodline phenomenon of the martial Dao Prime body, the heaven and earth furnace. Xing. The hell frost springs of Ming Feng and the others could not even break through the blood qi of the martial Dao prime body and could not defend against the impact of the heaven and earth furnace. In the blink of an eye, the 11 hell frost springs evaporated into nothingness. As the physique and bloodline of the martial Dao prime body grew, the power of the heaven and earth furnace increased as well. Some Nether King experts who did not manage to release their grotto heavens in time were completely exposed to the heaven and earth furnace after the frost spring phenomenons evaporated. The few Nether Kings were also refined into ashes by the heaven and earth furnace in a few breaths and their essence spirits were destroyed. Even though Ming Feng released his grotto heaven, due to his cultivation limit, it was only a single major grotto heaven and it could not defend against the impact of the heaven and earth furnace. All the other minor grotto heavens burned with raging flames. The minor grotto heavens that were initially dark and sinister were filled with flames that surged into the skies. They were burned red from the inside out and were filled with cracks, ready to collapse at any moment. After the martial Dao prime body released his bloodline phenomenon, the heaven and earth furnace, the attacks of the 11 Nether King experts crumbled instantly and they suffered heavy casualties. Only Ming Feng could barely protect himself with his major grotto heaven that was near perfected. The other Nether King experts were either dead or injured. He was the only one left and could die on the spot at any moment. Right now, the martial Dao prime body had only released his bloodline phenomenon and had not truly counterattacked. Pust. The cultivators were shocked. King Northridge's eyes widened in disbelief. More than half of the 11 Nether King experts of the ancient Nether race were killed by a single bloodline phenomenon of Desolate Martial. The terror of Desolate Martial had even exceeded King Northridge's imagination. On the other side, the young master of the South Forest's face was pale and he gulped with a wary expression. He had not expected the outsider he and Tang Qing'er encountered on their way back to be so powerful. In his eyes, these Nether King experts were supreme and unstoppable. However, their lives were worthless in the hands of Desolate Martial. Why are you guys still just standing and watching? As Ming Feng held on, he turned around and roared at the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridges, "Everyone, attack! If this person doesn't die today and the Hell Lord blames us, all of you will have to die as well." The 10 territorial lords felt chills run down their spines when they heard that. Earlier on, it was not that they wanted to stand by idly. It was because they were intimidated by the terrifying methods of the martial Dao prime body and were wary. That was why they did not attack immediately. But now that Ming Feng said that, there was no way out for everyone. Go! The territorial lord of Corpse Mountain Ridge said coldly, "There are thousands of Hell King experts in the hall and that means thousands of grotto heavens. I don't believe that we won't be able to kill this person if we all join forces." "That's right." The territorial lord of Verdant Flame Ridge said in a deep voice as well, "Each of us will summon a grotto heaven spirit treasure. Even if we use brute force, we can smash this red furnace into pieces." The 10 territorial lords exchanged glances and made a decision at the same time, standing on Ming Feng's side to suppress the martial Dao prime body. Ming Feng was backed by Hell Lord Frost Springs who controlled the entire Frost Springs Hell. However, Desolate Martial was merely an outsider who was alone. Even a 3-year-old child could make the right choice to join a side without thinking. Chapter 2655, 2655 Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. 2655 Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. Under the orders of the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridges, thousands of Hell Kings soared into the air and released their grotto heavens. The gigantic and majestic main hall of the North Ridge Palace could not withstand the impact and collapsed instantly. Thousands of grotto heavens of various sizes were released. What kind of scene was that? It was simply destructive. The entire North Ridge city shook and quaked as mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. The Hell Generals and Hell Pawns in the city did not know what had happened at all. Everyone only saw the Hell King experts rising in midair and the thousands of dark and sinister grotto heavens. Their faces turned pale from fear and they retreated one after another, afraid that they would be involved. Tang Qing'er looked up at the figure who was surrounded by thousands of Hell Kings with a nervous expression. How could he defend against thousands of Hell King experts and thousands of grotto heavens of various sizes? Hell Lord Frost Springs was probably the only one who could deal with such a huge formation. Although she knew that it was impossible, Tang Qing'er was still looking forward to a miracle. The martial Dao prime body stood in midair and sensed the thousands of grotto heavens of different sizes and dermic Daos around him. His eyes darkened and the flames burning in them burned brighter. In order to divine and perfect the martial Dao, the prime body searched everywhere for cultivation techniques and secret skills. Now that he was in the Hell world and could not leave for the time being, he might as well study the dermic Dao inheritance of the Hell world. There was nothing faster and more direct than refining the grotto heavens of Hell King Sto come into contact with the profound dermic Daos of the Hell world. Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. The figure of the martial Dao Prime Lord became indistinct and a gigantic and strange grotto heaven appeared around him. The martial Dao Prime body referred to this dark grotto heaven as the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven in reference to the beginning and origin of the martial Dao. The Essence Martial Grotto Heaven was not the true martial Dao Grotto Heaven. The derivation of the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven could not be replicated and was a variable of the world. The Dao body was the Dao fruit and was formed after shattering the true martial Dao body. The dermic formulation for the next realm of the martial Dao had yet to be established. The martial Dao Grotto Heaven should correspond to that dermic formulation. Due to the uniqueness of the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, it was beyond the three realms so it could not grow even if it absorbed and plundered heaven and earth essence chi. The best way for the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven to grow was to devour other grotto heavens and refine all sorts of dermic Dao inheritances. In the eyes of the martial Dao Prime body, the thousands of grotto heavens of various sizes and dermic Daos were not grotto heavens at all. Instead, it was like a gigantic buffet banquet for the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. Actually, the moment the martial Dao Prime body released the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, the intense sense of danger that suddenly appeared at the nine firmament meet appeared in his mind once more. However, the martial Dao Prime body was surrounded and had no time to care about anything else. Ming Feng and the other experts had grim expressions when they saw the martial Dao Prime body release his Grotto Heaven. If the martial Dao Prime Lord released a perfected Grotto Heaven, the thousands of Hell Kings might not be able to gain any advantage even if they joined forces. However, when they saw that the martial Dao Prime body had only released a minor Grotto Heaven, they heaved a sigh of relief. I was wondering who he was. So, he's just an ordinary Hell King who condensed a minor Grotto Heaven. We're overreacting a little. Any one of the 10 territorial lords can suppress that minor Grotto Heaven of his. In my opinion, we shouldn't be careless. This person has a powerful physique and bloodline. He even killed a few Nether King experts just now. Listening to the discussions around him, Ming Feng said coldly, "Kill him first and don't let anything else happen." Kill. The territorial lords of the 10 great hell ridges exchanged glances and raised their arms. Under the lead of Ming Feng and the 10 territorial lords, thousands of grotto heavens of various sizes emitted a terrifying aura and suppressed towards the martial Dao Prime body. Devour. The figure of the martial Dao Prime body had already vanished completely, leaving only a dark and deep grotto heaven in midair. The Essence Martial Grotto Heaven began to spin continuously, forming a gigantic vortex that tore and devoured the various grotto heavens that were charging over. The major grotto heavens of Ming Feng and the 10 territorial lords were the first to come into contact with the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. Initially, they planned to join forces to suppress the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven into nothingness in one go. Unexpectedly, the moment their grotto heavens came into contact with the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, they began to shake and the power of their grotto heavens drained rapidly. They could barely even maintain their forms as grotto heavens and were gradually dispersing. What? This person is actually devouring the major grotto heavens. Ming Feng and the 10 territorial lords shuddered. In the hell world, if one wanted to devour and refine the power of grotto heavens, they could only search for some shattered fragments of grotto heavens and slowly digest them after a long period of cultivation. Who would do it the same way as the martial Tao prime body, as though he was wolfing down a meal? Swallow, swallow. Ming Feng and the others did not retreat or dodge at all. Instead, they revealed ferocious expressions. Since your appetite is so great, I'll let you eat your fill. It was extremely ridiculous for a minor grotto heaven to devour their major grotto heavens to begin with. It was like an anaconda with its mouth wide open devouring a divine dragon. Wasn't that nothing but a death wish of the anaconda? Apart from their major grotto heavens, there were also thousands of grotto heavens of various sizes behind them. The conflict between so many grotto heavens and Dharmic Tao inheritances was intense. Even major grotto heavens and perfected grotto heavens could not withstand it, let alone minor grotto heavens. Perhaps only a pocket universe created by an Emperor Realm expert could accommodate all of them. In reality, it was as Ming Feng and the others had expected. At the 9 firmament meet, the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven managed to devour the grotto heavens of the 19 supreme immortal kings without feeling any strain. But now that there were thousands of grotto heavens of various sizes, it was getting a little much for the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven to handle. It was impossible for the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven to refine the Dharmic Tao inheritances of these grotto heavens instantly. It could only temporarily accommodate the Dharmic Taos of these grotto heavens and would need a long time to divine, absorb and refine them. However, there was no time for the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven to do that at all. The vortex of the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven grew larger and larger. However, the spinning speed became slower and slower. If this continued, the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven would definitely explode. Given the current methods of the Martial Tao Prime Body, it was not difficult for him to charge out against the encirclement of thousands of Hell Kings. No one could block his path. However, that would make it difficult for him to protect the Tang family of the North Ridge. Right then, the Martial Tao Prime Body noticed a strange fluctuation coming from the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. Back in Greater Avicii, when he followed the guidance of the Soul Lantern, he saw an ancient mirror called the Netherworld Treasure Mirror. The ancient mirror looked extraordinary. However, the Martial Tao Prime Body could not see anything special about it. Strangely, the Netherworld Treasure Mirror could not be placed in his storage bag. Therefore, the Martial Tao Prime Body placed it in his shirt for the time being. Now that he had transformed into a grotto heaven, the Netherworld Treasure Mirror naturally entered his Essence Martial Grotto Heaven and floated inside. The abnormal fluctuation came from the Netherworld Treasure Mirror. Chapter 2656, 2656 Crazy Plunder. 2656 Crazy Plunder. As though it sensed the auras of the thousands of grotto heavens outside, there seemed to be a mysterious power flowing on the surface of the Netherworld Treasure Mirror, gradually forming a gray vortex. Immediately after, a powerful devouring power burst forth from the Netherworld Treasure Mirror. The grotto heaven powers that the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven could not digest immediately were devoured by the Netherworld Treasure Mirror, and the pressure on the Martial Tao Prime Body decreased. That change happened in the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. The spirit consciousnesses of Ming Feng and the other Nether King and Hell King experts could not enter the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven that was deep and dark, so they naturally did not know what happened. Initially, the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven of the Martial Tao Prime Body had already gradually stopped spinning. At that moment, the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven circulated once more, and the devouring power that erupted was even more ferocious and powerful than before. The range of the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven suddenly expanded. The expressions of Ming Feng and the 10 territorial lords changed starkly. They reacted extremely quickly and retreated in a hurry. However, the group of Hell King experts behind them could not dodge in time and were devoured by the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. They disappeared before they could even scream. Because of the eruption of the Netherworld Treasure Mirror, the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven did not just devour the surrounding Grotto Heavens, it even devoured more than 100 Hell King experts. That scene caused panic in the eyes of the Hell King experts. Not only did the dark Grotto Heaven that they surrounded not shatter, it even devoured more than 100 Hell King experts along with their Grotto Heavens. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a strange and terrifying scene? The Martial Dao Prime Body was also observing the commotion here. His Essence Martial Grotto Heaven had yet to reach that level. The one who released such might was not the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, but the Netherworld Treasure Mirror in the depths of it. The Essence Martial Grotto Heaven could clearly sense that the Netherworld Treasure Mirror had a strong desire to devour the Grotto Heavens and even the flesh of the Hell King experts outside. The Netherworld Treasure Mirror devoured the power of the Grotto Heavens in large mouthfuls like an extremely hungry ferocious beast. This feeling was a little similar to the Hell Suppression Tripod back then. In order to repair itself, it devoured and refined many divine weapons and dermic treasures. The Hell King experts did not die after entering the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. They released their Grotto Heavens and endured with all their might. Their essence spirits, flesh and blood existed, and their Grotto Heavens not only contained their dermic daos, but also their powerful wills. Although the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven had devoured them, it was impossible to refine more than 100 Hell Kings in a short period of time. As long as we hold on and join forces with the Hell King experts outside, we'll definitely be able to destroy his Grotto Heaven. That's right. The Hell King experts communicated and tried their best to persevere in the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. Right then, an ancient mirror gradually appeared in the depths of the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. There was a faint blood glow on the grey mirror. In the depths of the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, it was like a single eye that shone with a sanguine light. It was sinister and abnormally terrifying. The 100-odd Hell King experts did not dare to move at all after being targeted by that single eye and felt their blood run cold. An indescribable fear surged into their hearts. That fear seemed to come from the depths of their souls and bloodlines. It was as though they should have been afraid of this single eye since they were born. Initially, under their persistence, they could still maintain their Grotto Heavens by channeling their essence spirits continuously. However, when targeted by that single eye, the 100-odd Grotto Heavens began to sway and show signs of collapse. Suddenly, the ancient mirror transformed into a grey light and streaked around them. Boom! 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 More than 100 Grotto Heavens collapsed. The bodies of the Hell King experts were sliced into two by the grey light as well, and fresh blood flowed, forming a blood fog that dyed a large area of the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven red. As for the Netherworld Treasure Mirror, it seemed to be extremely excited by that scene and charged into the blood fog. The Netherworld Treasure Mirror was like an ancient behemoth that devoured the surrounding Grotto Heavens in large mouthfuls. In fact, it even devoured the flesh of more than 100 Hell Kings. In just a few breaths, there was no longer any blood in the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. Just like that, more than 100 Hell King experts were devoured by the Netherworld Treasure Mirror without a corpse left. There were only 100-odd storage bags left floating in the Grotto Heaven. The Martial Dao Prime Body was secretly alarmed. This Netherworld Treasure Mirror was way too evil and ferocious. It had been dormant in Greater Avicii for countless years and had awakened after devouring the Grotto Heavens of the various Hell Kings. Now, it was recovering as well. The power it wanted to absorb in order to recover did not only come from major and minor Grotto Heavens, but also the flesh and blood of Hell Kings. The Martial Dao Prime Body could clearly sense a powerful and terrifying power gradually awakening in the Netherworld Treasure Mirror. Of course, even though it had just absorbed the power of many Grotto Heavens and devoured the flesh of more than 100 Hell King experts, it was far from enough. On the battlefield, Ming Feng and the others naturally did not know what happened in the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven in the few breaths earlier on. However, they could all sense that the dark Grotto Heaven in the center of the battlefield had become even more terrifying, as though a frightening existence was awakening in the depths of the Grotto Heaven. The devouring range of the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven spread continuously and the devouring power became stronger. This was the process of a trade-off. Thousands of Hell King experts summoned Grotto Heavens of various sizes, wanting to suppress the Martial Dao Prime Body. But now, not only was the Martial Dao Prime Body not dead, the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven obtained the help of the Netherworld Treasure Mirror and devoured more and more, becoming stronger. Initially, both parties could still maintain a stalemate. However, as time passed, the power in the Netherworld Treasure Mirror became stronger and stronger. The Essence Martial Grotto Heaven grew gradually as well, and the Grotto Heaven power of the thousands of Hell King experts drained rapidly. Some ordinary Hell Kings with minor Grotto Heavens could no longer hold on. The Grotto Heavens shattered and even the Grotto Heaven fragments were devoured by the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. Hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation were destroyed in a single day. Without the Grotto Heavens, the Hell King experts would lose their greatest reliance and would only have their flesh and essence spirits left. This was no longer devouring, it was plundering wildly. Right in front of countless living beings of hell, figures fell from midair one after another. Many living beings of hell were shocked. These falling figures were all Hell King experts who dominated a region and were almost at the peak of the combat strength of the Hell world. But now, as though they were severely injured, the Grotto Heavens behind them shattered and their essence chis were greatly damaged. They fell into the ruins below with weak auras. Ming Feng's face was pale and fear finally appeared in his eyes. What kind of monster was this cultivator from the heavenly world? Even with thousands of Hell King experts joining forces, they could not suppress him. Chapter 2657, 2657 North Ridge's Intimidation. 2657 North Ridge's Intimidation. The Martial Dao Prime Body observed the situation as he devoured the surrounding Grotto Heavens. Although there were still thousands of Hell King experts outside, they were no longer a threat. The Grotto Heavens of these Hell King experts could no longer hold on. Even the major Grotto Heaven of a Nether King expert like Ming Feng was endangered despite his bloodline and essence spirit of the ancient Nether race. At that moment, most of the Martial Dao Prime Body's attention was not on the surrounding Hell King experts. Instead, he was staring at the Netherworld Treasure Mirror in the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. The origin of this ancient mirror was unknown and it was clearly a fierce item. He was not completely at ease with it. The Martial Dao Prime Body observed for a while and had a feeling. The immense power of the Grotto Heavens merely stimulated the Netherworld Treasure Mirror to awaken. What the ancient mirror truly needed was a large amount of blood essence power. The Martial Dao Prime Body pondered for a moment and decided to close the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, isolating the Netherworld Treasure Mirror for the time being. The Netherworld Treasure Mirror clearly contained an extremely evil and terrifying power. Once it woke up, the Martial Dao Prime Body was worried that he might not be able to suppress it and would suffer a backlash instead. Furthermore, after he released Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, the sense of danger that lingered in his heart did not dissipate. He had always been wary. The surrounding Hell Kings were no longer much of a threat to him. Furthermore, in this battle, the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven had devoured enough Grotto Heaven power. If it could digest all of it, it would be enough to advance the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven to another level. At that thought, the figure of the Martial Dao Prime Body reappeared and the dark and deep gigantic Grotto Heaven vanished from the battlefield. With the disappearance of the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, the remaining Hell King experts on the battlefield felt relieved, as though they had just walked through the gates of hell. Many Hell King experts suffered a mental breakdown. Coupled with the fact that their Grotto Heavens were shattered and their essence chi was severely injured, they could no longer hold on and retreated one after another. He can't hold on any longer. When Ming Feng saw the martial Dao prime body put away the essence martial grotto heaven, he finally saw a glimmer of hope and was energized. He shouted, "Everyone, follow me and join forces to kill this person." Ming Feng and the other ancient nether race experts had no way out. The only way they could survive was to join forces with the remaining Hell King experts to kill the martial Dao prime body. Humph! In a flash, the martial Dao prime body arrived before Ming Feng and the others and punched. Boom! That punch burst forth like a volcano with a terrifying aura and was unstoppable, enveloping Ming Feng and the other remaining ancient nether race experts. After the earlier exchange, not only did the martial Dao prime body not exhaust himself at all, he even received a huge replenishment and his strength increased. As for Ming Feng and the others, they became extremely weak and even the grotto heavens behind them swayed. Against the martial Dao prime body's punch that contained the dermic Dao and will of the martial Dao, there was no way he could defend against it. The martial Dao prime body killed decisively and did not give Ming Feng and the others any chance to catch their breath. The grotto heavens behind Ming Feng and the others collapsed instantly. Without the protection of the major grotto heaven, it was equivalent to Ming Feng and the others exposed to the fist of the martial Dao prime body directly. Poof! 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 The experts of the ancient nether race, including Ming Feng, were blasted apart by a single punch from the martial Dao prime body and turned into balls of blood fog. Their essence spirits and bodies were destroyed without a corpse left. At this point of the battle, more than 10 ancient nether race beings were dead and none of them were spared. When they saw that, although there were still thousands of Hell King experts left, they were so frightened that they lost their fighting spirit and were in no mood to fight. Thousands of Hell King experts collapsed completely, including the territorial lords of the 10 great Hell Ridges. None of them dared to stay on the spot and fled in all directions. However, the surrounding void had already been sealed by Ming Feng and the others. The Hell King experts could not open it for the time being. The martial Dao prime body who was behind them had already arrived. The easiest way to capture bandits was to nab their leader. The martial Dao prime body chased forward and attacked the 10 territorial lords right away. There was no room for negotiation between the two parties. Furthermore, this was hell and there was no logic to speak of. Everything was paved with blood and slaughter. Bang! 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 A few territorial lords of Hell Ridge were caught up by the martial Dao prime body and killed one after another. The martial Dao prime body pushed his way through the thousands of Hell King experts and no one could withstand his sharpness. It was a complete suppression. In the blink of an eye, the territorial lords of the 10 great Hell Ridges were dead. This intimidation, terrifying methods and absolute dominance over the battlefield had a huge psychological impact on the remaining Hell King experts. The Hell King experts merely felt reverence towards Hell Lord Frost Springs. However, at that moment, they only felt intense fear when facing the martial Dao prime body. The living beings of Hell in North Ridge City were shocked by the scene before them as well. The noble and powerful Nether Kings of the ancient Nether race were all dead. The territorial lords of the 10 great Hell Ridges died on the spot as well. Those powerful existences that they could only look up to normally were as weak as ants in the hands of the purple-robed cultivator. This was not a huge battle. This was a complete massacre. King North Ridge, Tang Qing'er and many other members of the Tang family were dumbfounded. Never in Tang Qing'er's wildest dreams did she expect that the person she met by accident would be so powerful that he could trample the entire North Ridge beneath his feet. Furthermore, she did not expect that in the end, their Tang family could only rely on an outsider from the heavenly world to preserve the inheritance and continuation of their bloodline. King North Ridge had a conflicted expression. He recalled how he reprimanded this young man in his chamber a few days ago to establish his dominance and could not help but feel a lingering fear. At that time, if this young man had taken it to heart, he would have probably died even before his birthday banquet today. On the side of the young master of the South Forest, his face was ashen and he was already trembling in fear. It was only at that moment that he realized how ruthless the person he offended earlier on was. This person could kill him as simply as squashing an ant. South Essence, hurry and take me out of this place. The young master of the South Forest said with a trembling voice, the fear in his heart obvious. Hell King South Essence said bitterly in a low voice, the surrounding void is sealed and can't be opened for the time being. How can we leave? We have to leave this place even if you can't teleport. Even if we have to run with our 2 legs, we have to leave. The young master of the South Forest said with a trembling voice, if we don't leave now, we definitely won't be able to leave later on. Hell King South Essence knew in his heart that the young master of the South Forest was right. With such a huge change happening in the North Ridge, he should indeed return to the South Forest as soon as possible and report this matter. The seal on the surrounding void merely affected spatial teleportation but not normal departure. Go! When Hell Lord South Essence saw that the situation was chaotic, he planned to take advantage of the chaos to leave this place secretly. Of course, the 2 of them did not dare to walk too quickly, afraid that they would attract the attention of the martial Dao Prime Body. Before long, the battle in midair was already coming to an end. After Ming Feng's group and the 10 territorial lords died, the remaining Hell King experts were utterly defeated and could not defend against the killing of the martial Dao Prime Body. Before long, some Hell King experts could not hold on any longer and knelt down, expressing their submission. In the Hell world, the only thing many living beings believed in was strength. Right now, the martial Dao Prime Body had displayed absolute strength that surpassed Ming Feng and the territorial lords of the 10 great Hell Ridges. The remaining Hell King experts were completely intimidated and did not dare to resist. Chapter 2658, 2658 Too noisy. 2658 Too noisy. The dust of this battle had settled. The battle of thousands of Hell King experts and the collision of thousands of grotto heavens of various sizes reduced a large portion of the North Ridge Palace to ruins. North Ridge City was shaken tremendously and the city walls cracked, as though it had experienced a catastrophe. At that moment, there was only a figure standing in midair above the ruins of the North Ridge Palace. He wore a purple robe and a silver mask. He did not reveal any emotions and looked exceptionally cold. It was the purple-robed man who killed more than 10 Nether Kings and the territorial lords of the 10 great Hell Ridges. After today, the power of the entire North Ridge would be reshuffled. None of the surviving Hell King experts dared to stand in midair and shoulder to shoulder with the martial Dao Prime Body. All of them descended to the ground and bowed down. The North Ridge has changed. A living being from Hell was filled with emotions. Everyone realized that after today's battle, a new King North Ridge had been born. Countless experts had sat on the throne of King North Ridge since ancient times. However, no expert single-handedly crushed thousands of Hell Kings and suppressed the North Ridge with absolute strength to create absolute supremacy. Now that even the Hell King experts bowed one after another, the many living beings of Hell inside and outside North Ridge City did not dare to resist and chose to submit. Of course, many Hell King experts knew in their hearts that today's matter would not end. The purple-robed man had killed more than 10 Nether Kings and even an ancient Nether race envoy with Hell Lord Frost Springs' decree. This was equivalent to declaring war on Hell Lord Frost Springs. Hell Lord Frost Springs would definitely not let this person secure his position as King North Ridge. As long as the news of the Battle of the North Ridge spread to the central capital, Hell Lord Frost Springs would definitely not ignore it. He might even lead a Hell army forth personally. However, given the current situation, everyone could only choose to submit in order to survive. Many living beings of Hell knelt down one after another. The young master of the South Forest and Hell Lord South Essence, who had originally mixed into the crowd and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape from North Ridge City, could only kneel on the spot. The two of them did not expect the battle to end so quickly. Thousands of Hell King experts were intimidated by the martial Dao Prime Body and did not dare to resist. The young master of the South Forest cursed internally and lowered his head, not daring to look up at the martial Dao Prime Body, afraid that his gaze would attract the attention of the latter. At that moment, the two of them could not get up and escape. That would be even more conspicuous. Right now, he could only blend into the crowd and hide for the time being. The young master of the South Forest could only hope that the martial Dao Prime Body had long forgotten about him. Young master of the South Forest. Right then, the voice of the martial Dao Prime Body sounded in midair. Immediately after, the young master of the South Forest sensed a terrifying aura that locked onto him. The young master of the South Forest gulped. Knowing that he had been exposed, he could only take a deep breath and look up. The young master of the South Forest raised his head and met the gaze of the martial Dao Prime Body. He shuddered in fear and his heart seemed like it was about to jump out of his throat. In fact, there was no killing intent in the eyes of the martial Dao Prime Body. He merely looked down at him indifferently. That gaze was as though he was looking at an ant that could be crushed to death. Lord Desolate Marshal, I was blind to offend you previously. Please be magnanimous and give me a chance. The young master of the South Forest also realized that he was in danger. After all, he was the one who stood out first in the North Ridge Hall and pointed his finger at the martial Dao Prime Body, triggering this battle. The young master of the South Forest could no longer care about his dignity. He knelt on the ground and pressed his palms together, begging, "Lord, don't worry. After I return this time round, I'll definitely prepare generous gifts to apologize to you. I can even persuade my father to submit to you and listen to your orders. The entire South Forest can be merged into the North Ridge. If father witnesses your methods, I'm sure he will even assist you with all his might to fight for the position of the Hell Lord." When they heard that, many living beings of Hell pouted and cursed internally. In order to survive, this young master of the South Forest would really dare to say anything. He was merely the young master of the South Forest. How was he qualified to decide the ownership of the entire South Forest? Although those promises seemed grand, they were nothing more than empty promises. In reality, the young master of the South Forest's intentions were clear as well. As long as he could return to the South Forest alive, he did not care what price he had to pay. That was because as long as he returned to the South Forest, the battle in the North Ridge would have long spread to the central capital. At that time, there would be no need for him to deal with the martial Dao Prime Body. Hell Lord Frost Springs would get rid of the martial Dao Prime Body. Fellow Daoist Desolate Marshal, don't listen to his nonsense. Right then, Tang Qing'er suddenly said, "He's spouting nonsense now because he wants to live." Tang Qing'er had known the young master of the South Forest for so many years. Coupled with everything that happened today, she had seen through his nature completely. "Qing'er." King North Ridge was shocked and reminded hurriedly, "Pay attention to how you address him. Who are you to call him fellow Daoist?" The martial Dao Prime Body's battle today had completely stunned that expert who had ruled the North Ridge for more than 100,000 years. "Qing'er, please let me explain. I was merely a little muddle-headed previously," the young master of the South Forest said to Tang Qing'er hurriedly. Before he could finish, the martial Dao Prime Body waved his hand in midair. "You're too noisy." Poof! The two of them were extremely far apart in the void. The martial Dao Prime Body waved his hand casually, as though he was chasing away a mosquito. Instantly, the figure of the young master of the South Forest exploded into a blood mist and his essence spirit was destroyed. The young master of the South Forest was dead. Previously, at King North Ridge's birthday banquet, the young master of the South Forest took the initiative to provoke him before Ming Feng and the others even appeared. The martial Dao Prime Body ignored this person on account that he and Tang Qing'er were about to become Dao companions and it was King North Ridge's birthday today. Right now, the birthday banquet had already turned into a river of blood and corpses everywhere. The martial Dao Prime Body did not mind killing another person at all. As for Hell King South Essence behind the young master of the South Forest, the martial Dao Prime Body did not take him seriously at all. When Hell King South Essence saw the young master of the South Forest die in front of him, his face was pale and he had a wary expression. He did not dare to say anything and did not even dare to show any dissatisfaction. "Lord Desolate Marshal, thank you for saving my life." Right then, King North Ridge sent a voice transmission to the martial Dao Prime Body's spirit consciousness to express his gratitude. After a pause, King North Ridge continued, "However, the news of today's battle will spread to the central capital before long. Hell Lord Frost Springs will definitely be furious. At that time, you'll have to face the entire Hell army of Frost Springs Hell. You won't be able to defend against that power alone. According to what I know, Hell Lord Frost Springs' cultivation realm has already reached the peak of the Nether King realm, and with a perfected grotto heaven, coupled with the physique and bloodline of the ancient Nether race, the billions of troops in the Hell army under him can swarm over and flatten the North Ridge easily." Chapter 2659, 2659 Towards the Central Capital. 2659 Towards the Central Capital. King North Ridge said, "I suggest that you give up on the North Ridge and hide as soon as possible to avoid Hell Lord Frost Springs' pursuit and lie low." The martial Dao Prime Body stood in midair in silence. King North Ridge seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly explained, "Lord, don't misunderstand. At my age and given my current severe injuries, there's no way I can recover to my peak. I'm not persuading you to give up on the North Ridge because I'm greedy for the position as King North Ridge." King North Ridge, whose name was Tang Kong, looked at the ruins beneath his feet and looked at the frightened expressions of his clansmen. He sighed internally and sent a voice transmission, "To be honest, Lord, from today onwards, my Tang family can't stay in the North Ridge anymore." In the battle at the North Ridge, the martial Dao Prime Body killed everyone. Furthermore, the martial Dao Prime Body was brought back by Tang Qing'er. If Hell Lord Frost Springs hunted down the martial Dao Prime Body, the Tang family would definitely be implicated as well. From now on, the Tang family could only leave the North Ridge and flee everywhere. He did not know how many of the tens of thousands of clansmen of the Tang family would survive in the end. As an immortal king, do you know how to leave the Hell world and return to the medium Kiliacosm? The martial Dao Prime Body did not take Hell Lord Frost Springs to heart at all. Instead, he was concerned about something else. "Leave the Hell world, I." Tang Kong was stunned by the question and had a confused expression. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. "I don't know. There shouldn't be any way. It said that only the Lord of Hell back then could open the barrier between the Hell world and the medium Kiliacosm. But now, the Lord of Hell has long died. Ever since the 9 hells were separated, there has yet to be another Lord of Hell chosen to reign supreme over all 9 hells." Pausing for a moment, Tang Kong continued, "It's useless even if a new Lord of Hell is born. Due to the special circumstances of the Hell world, the new Lord of Hell will not be able to advance to the Emperor realm and will be far inferior to the Lord of Hell in the past. Therefore, he won't be able to leave the Hell world and head to the medium Kiliacosm." The martial Dao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly asked, "What was the cultivation of the Lord of Hell back then?" "Great Emperor," Tang Kong said. The martial Dao Prime Body frowned slightly. According to Heavenly Wolf, only one great emperor could be born in an era. Heavenly Wolf had once followed Emperor Bo Sun and should not be wrong in this aspect. However, if the Lord of Hell was a great emperor, didn't that mean that there were 2 great emperors coexisting in the Infinite Era? Or could it be that Great Emperor Infinite created the Infinite Era in the medium Kiliacosm while the Lord of Hell created an era that belonged to Hell in the Hell world? The providence of the 2 great emperors was separate and distinct from one another? The martial Tao Prime Body did not continue asking about the Great Emperor. In the Hell World, Tang Kong and the others could not even come into contact with the Emperor realm, let alone the power and secrets of a Great Emperor. Apart from becoming a Great Emperor, is there no other way to leave the Hell World? The martial Tao Prime Body asked. According to Tang Kong, wouldn't he be trapped in the Hell World forever? In reality, Tang Kong's reply earlier on was merely a tactful reply to a question he had no answer to. However, when he saw that the martial Tao Prime Body had yet to give up, he consoled, perhaps there will be some clues in the number 1 hell, Torment Springs Hell. He was just saying it casually. He had never thought of leaving the Hell World. How would he know if there were any clues in Torment Springs Hell? However, Torment Springs Hell was ranked number 1 among the 9 hells and was located in the center of the Hell World with a special status. That was why he said that. Of course, Tang Kong wanted the martial Tao Prime Body to back off in the face of difficulties as well. Unexpectedly, the martial Tao Prime Body was interested in Torment Springs Hell and said immediately, "Where is it? Bring me there." As he said that, the martial Tao Prime Master arrived beside Tang Kong and tore through the void casually, prepared to teleport Tang Kong away from this place. The locations of the 9 hells were unknown to the martial Tao Prime Body. If he teleported blindly, who knew how long it would take for him to find Torment Springs Hell? "Lord, don't be hasty." When Tang Kong saw that the martial Tao Prime Body was about to leave with him, he was shocked and dissuaded hurriedly. If you want to head to Torment Springs Hell, you can't teleport casually. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Why do you say that? The martial Tao Prime Body frowned. Tang Kong explained, the Hell World was once severely injured. The world was shattered, the Great Tao was damaged and the laws were incomplete. The void between the 9 hells was already shattered and countless cracks existed. In the process of spatial teleportation, once one enters these spatial cracks by mistake, they will be torn to pieces by a terrifying power. Even for Hell Kings, their cultivation won't be enough to defend against it. The martial Tao Prime Body asked, "Then how do we head to Torment Springs Hell?" Tang Kong hesitated and pondered for a moment before saying slowly, "There's a spatial teleportation passageway between the 9 hells that's relatively intact. If you want to head to Torment Springs Hell, you can only use the teleportation formation of the central capital." However, Tang Kong wanted to say something but hesitated. The martial Tao Prime Body did not seem to think too much about it. He nodded and said, "Let's go to the central capital then." "Lord." Tang Kong could not help but remind, Hell Lord Frost Springs presides over the central capital. The meaning behind Tang Kong's words was obvious. When the news of the battle in the North Ridge spread to the central capital, Hell Lord Frost Springs would definitely not let the martial Tao Prime Body off in his wrath. Before the news spread, instead of hiding, Desolate Marshal actually wanted to run to the central capital and send himself to death's door. They would probably be killed by Hell Lord Frost Springs before they could see the teleportation formation. Just as Tang Kong's imagination was running wild, the martial Tao Prime Body said indifferently, "That's even better. Since he wants to look for me, why don't I go to the central capital to look for him first and save myself some trouble?" Tang Kong was stunned. Against Hell Lord Frost Spring's subsequent wrath and pursuit, Desolate Marshal had no intention of escaping and hiding. Instead, he wanted to take the initiative to look for Hell Lord Frost Springs. This young man was way too impetuous after all. Tang Kong resisted the urge to reprimand the martial Tao Prime Body and said earnestly, "Lord, this is not the heavenly world. This is Frost Springs Hell of the Hell World. The central capital of Frost Springs Hell is far stronger than the North Ridge. Lord, don't act on impulse. In my opinion, we still have to consider this matter at length. It's too troublesome." The martial Tao Prime Body waved it off impatiently. "Follow me to the central capital. It's best if Hell Lord Frost Springs gives up the teleportation formation. If not, I'll just kill him." Tang Kong presided over the North Ridge for more than 100,000 years and had seen countless storms and heard innumerable bold claims. Even so, he was stunned by the words of the martial Tao prime body and his scalp tingled. This was the first time he had heard of someone threatening to kill Hell Lord Frost Springs in his entire life. Furthermore, the martial Tao prime body's tone made it sound as though he could kill Hell Lord Frost Springs as though he was killing an ant. "Lord, do you want to wait for me to recuperate for a while first?" Tang Kong knew that he could change the decision any longer. "Right now, I'm severely injured. Even if I arrive at the central capital, I won't be able to unleash much combat strength and be of much help, Lord." "You don't have to do anything," the martial Tao prime body said indifferently, "just lead the way." Tang Kong clenched his fists tightly. A moment later, he let go weakly. Chapter 2660, 2660 Consort Inauguration Ceremony. 2660 Consort Inauguration Ceremony. When Tang Kong saw that he could not avoid it, he said, "Lord Desolate Marshal, wait a moment. I'll go over and make arrangements for my clansmen." The martial Tao prime body nodded. Tang Kong went to the side and gathered many clansmen of the Tang family. He divided them into a few groups and set them off to leave the North Ridge as soon as possible. He realized that he would most likely not be able to return from the central capital this time round and could only try his best to preserve the bloodline of his clansmen. "Father, where are you going?" Tang Qing'er asked. Tang Kong sighed internally and did not hide anything. "Lord Desolate Marshal needs someone to lead the way to the central capital. I can only accompany him." "I'll go too." Tang Qing'er's eyes lit up. "Nonsense. What are you going for?" Tang Kong glared at Tang Qing'er. Tang Qing'er glanced at the martial Tao prime body. "I cultivated in the central capital all year round and know it better. I'll definitely be able to help if I tag along." Tang Kong frowned. "Lord Desolate Marshal wants to go to the central capital and use the teleportation formation to leave Frost Springs Hell. The teleportation formation is in the Emperor Palace of Frost Springs City and there are countless experts guarding it. How can you help?" Tang Qing'er said, "I've been to the Emperor Palace in the central capital a few times and I have some impression of the terrain inside. If we want to use the teleportation formation of Frost Springs Hell, we can't barge in by force. We have to plan carefully and find a suitable opportunity." Tang Kong pondered for a moment. "Alright, you can tag along." Tang Kong brought Tang Qing'er to the side of the martial Tao prime body and explained, "Qing'er is more familiar with the central capital. It'll be more convenient for us with her around." The martial Tao prime body did not care about that at all. It did not matter if Tang Qing'er was around or not. In reality, his essence martial Grotto Heaven had just devoured too much Grotto Heaven power and needed a relatively long time to digest and absorb it. However, as Tang Kong had said, the news of the battle at the North Ridge would spread to the central capital soon. At that time, Hell Lord Frost Springs would lead his Hell army over and he would not have much time to cultivate in seclusion. Instead of waiting for Hell Lord Frost Springs to attack, it was better for him to take the initiative to head to the central capital to resolve this matter and take drastic measures to settle it once and for all. The martial Tao prime body might not be a match for Hell Lord Frost Springs given his current combat strength. However, he had the Hell Suppression Tripod, Netherworld Treasure Mirror and Soul Lantern, any one of them was enough to change the situation. The martial Tao prime body tore through the void casually and brought Tang Kong and Tang Qing'er into the spatial tunnel, disappearing from the skies above the ruins of the North Ridge. When the many clansmen of the Tang family saw the three of them leave, they obeyed the orders of their leader, Tang Kong, and split into a few teams to leave the North Ridge rapidly. In North Ridge City, many living beings of Hell were stunned on the spot when they saw that. However, they maintained their kneeling postures and did not react immediately. "He's leaving just like that? Where is the new King North Ridge going? Isn't it obvious? He's definitely fleeing the North Ridge to find a place to hide and lie low. That's right. The news of today's battle will spread to the central capital very quickly. He won't be able to retain his position as King North Ridge stably and will be mercilessly killed by Hell Lord Frost Springs. That's right. The clansmen of the Tang family of the North Ridge fled earlier on as well. They're probably looking for a place to hide. When they heard the discussions around them, many living beings of Hell came to a realization and stood up one after another. Thousands of Hell King experts stood up with conflicted expressions. Although they survived, their vitality was severely injured. In fact, some Hell King experts' grotto heavens were completely devoured by the martial Dao prime body and their hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation were snatched away. However, compared to Ming Feng and the others and the territorial lords of the 10 great Hell Ridges, they were considered lucky to have survived. Let's disperse. A Hell King sighed. In the next 2 days, Nether King experts will probably descend from the central capital and take over the North Ridge. As for whether that purple-robed man and the Tang family of the North Ridge can survive, it will depend on their fate. Thousands of Hell Kings left and returned to their territories. As they recuperated in seclusion, they waited for news from the central capital. In the spatial tunnel, the martial Dao prime body led Tang Kong and his daughter through. Before long, Tang Kong's expression changed as he pointed at a spatial node. If you exit from here, we'll reach Frost Springs City in the central capital. The martial Dao prime body broke through the spatial node with Tang Kong and his daughter without hesitation and exited the spatial tunnel. The location where the 3 of them descended was not far from Frost Springs City. What entered his line of sight was a majestic and gigantic ancient city that was snow-white in color, as though it was made of ice. It was extremely conspicuous in the dark and sinister world. The snow-white city wall extended continuously along the horizon. Even with the eyesight of the martial Dao prime body, he could not see the end of the city wall. The entire ancient city was emitting cold air and white fog. This was Frost Springs City of the central capital. The martial Dao prime body had just seen North Ridge City. However, it was much inferior in terms of aura and scale compared to the ancient city before him. At that moment, the martial Dao prime body and the other 2 tore through the void and suddenly appeared outside Frost Springs Hell. Although some living beings of Hell who came and went noticed them, they were not too surprised. Frost Springs City was the center of the entire Frost Springs Hell. It was not surprising for them to bump into Hell King experts around the ancient city. Many guards stood at the entrance of the ancient city and checked the living beings of Hell who passed by. Tang Qinger said, Hell King experts don't have to care about them. They can fly in the air in the ancient city and don't have to be interrogated by the guards. Just as the martial Dao prime body was about to enter the city, Tang Kong suddenly said, Lord, wait. Your clothes and appearance are a little special and are easy to recognize. Should we disguise ourselves? Once the news of the battle in the North Ridge spread to the central capital, the purple robe and silver mask of the martial Dao prime body would be easily discovered. There's no need. The martial Dao prime body said indifferently. Tang Kong sighed internally and did not dare to say anything else. He could only follow obediently behind the martial Dao prime body and enter Frost Springs City. Frost Springs City was huge, but most of the living beings of Hell were squeezed on the ground. The space in midair was relatively spacious and there were not many obstacles. Strange. Looking at the crowd below, Tang Qinger frowned slightly. There are usually not so many people in Frost Springs City. Along the way, the 3 of them encountered many Hell King experts in midair. Tang Kong observed for a moment. Is there something important in Frost Springs City? Tang Qinger thought for a moment and said with a look of realization, I remember now. Based on the date, Hell Lord Frost Springs Consort inauguration ceremony should be held in the Emperor Palace today. Consort inauguration ceremony? Tang Kong asked. Tang Qing'er explained, a few years ago, a beautiful woman was born in the ancient Nether race. Hell Lord Frost Springs was shocked when he saw her and decided to abolish the original Hell Consort and make her the new Hell Consort. Hell Lord Frost Springs even used a Dermic Dao to manifest the woman's image above Frost Springs City for 3 days without dissipating, allowing the living beings in Frost Springs prison to have a chance to see her face. Tang Kong sneered. That action was nothing more than to satisfy Hell Lord Frost Springs' vanity and let the living beings of Frost Springs Hell see how beautiful his consort was. Chapter 2661, 2661 Chance. 2661 Chance. Tang Qing'er said, as far as I know, Hell Lord Frost Springs specially held the consort inauguration ceremony for this woman. Humph. Tang Kong disagreed. Hell Lord Frost Springs must have been bewitched as well. It's just a woman, how beautiful can she be such that so many people must be mobilized? Hearing this, Tang Qing'er's expression turned complicated and she fell silent. A moment later, she said, the beauty of this Hell Consort can indeed be said to be devastatingly alluring and astounding. If I were a man, would probably be charmed by her as well and might even give up everything for her. This evaluation was too high. If it was said by someone else, Tang Kong would still have some doubts. However, Tang Qing'er was his daughter. Furthermore, Tang Qing'er was a top-tier beauty to begin with. In this aspect, she would definitely be able to compare properly. However, even Tang Qing'er had to admit that she was inferior to this Hell Consort. Tang Qing'er continued, I heard that when this Hell Consort was born from Hell Frost Springs, the Centurias growing beside the spring avoided her and closed up, feeling ashamed of their inferiority. That's pretty exaggerated. Tang Kong was surprised. He had lived to 800,000 years old and was already calm in this aspect. When he heard the various legends about this Hell Consort, he felt curious as well. Tang Qing'er nodded. It's said that Hell Lord Frost Springs treats her very well and has been pursuing her for thousands of years. This Hell Consort has never been willing and Hell Lord Frost Springs has never crossed the line as well. It's just that for some unknown reason, some time ago, Hell Lord Frost Springs suddenly announced that he was going to take in a consort. Perhaps this Hell Consort was finally touched by his sincerity. Tang Qing'er shifted her gaze to the Martial Dao Prime Body. The Martial Dao Prime Body remained silent the entire time and looked into the distance. It was unknown what he was thinking, as though he had something on his mind. The Martial Dao Prime Body could not help but think of an old friend when he heard the words, Hell Consort and Tang Qing'er's conversation. This old friend had some unforgettable past with him in Tianhuang mainland. This old friend had even saved his life before. Consort Yu of the Great Qian Empire. Of course, the Martial Dao Prime Body knew that the Hell Consort Tang Qing'er was referring to was a Hell Consort and could not be the same as Consort Yu. However, the two of them sounded the same and were peerless beauties. As such, he could not help but think of this old friend and the past. Back then, Consort Yu had also undergone tribulation transcendence and ascended in Tianhuang mainland. Although the Martial Dao Prime Body did not appear, he paid attention to the entire tribulation transcendence process. Fortunately, there was no danger. All these years, the Martial Dao Prime Body had only found Yan Beichen, Mingzhen, Demonis Ji and Tao Yao among the old friends from Tianhuang mainland who had ascended. There was no news of the others. Lord Desolate Marshal? Tang Kong asked softly at the side, it's not too late to leave now. The news of the battle at the North Ridge shouldn't have spread to the central capital yet. When Tang Kong saw that the Martial Dao Prime Body was silent, he thought that the latter was feeling regret after seeing Frost Springs City's foundation. Let's go to the Frost Springs Emperor Palace. The Martial Dao Prime Body put aside some of his past worries for the time being and said. Although there had not been an Emperor Realm expert in Frost Springs Hell for many years, Hell Lord Frost Springs Palace still retained its previous title as the Emperor Palace. "We're still going?" Tang Kong felt helpless and complained internally. Tang Qing'er's heart skipped a beat as she suddenly said, "Father, Senior Desolate Marshal, this consort inauguration ceremony might be a rare opportunity for us." Tang Kong's eyes lit up and he understood immediately. The consort inauguration ceremony this time round was massive. Any expert with some status and reputation in Frost Springs City would head to the Frost Springs Emperor Palace to watch the ceremony. As for the guards of the Frost Springs Emperor Palace, they would also focus their attention on the consort inauguration ceremony. That way, the forces guarding the teleportation formation would definitely slacken and increase their chances of success. Tang Qing'er continued, "However, the teleportation formation is located in the core area of the Emperor Palace and won't be too far away from the consort inauguration ceremony. If we get the chance, we have to act quickly and activate the teleportation formation immediately to leave Frost Springs Hell without any delay. By the time the experts of the Frost Springs Emperor Palace react, we'll definitely die." Tang Kong nodded and a trace of hope reignited in his eyes. No matter what, Tang Qing'er's plan was much safer than breaking into the Emperor Palace head-on. If their operation went smoothly, the three of them would indeed have a chance of survival. "Lord Desolate Marshal, what do you think?" Tang Kong turned around and asked. "We'll see." The Marshal Dao Prime Body replied casually and continued in the direction of the Frost Springs Emperor Palace. The three of them advanced and arrived at the Frost Springs Emperor Palace before long. In other areas of Frost Springs City, one could fly in the air. However, in the Frost Springs Emperor Palace, apart from Hell Lord Frost Springs, all other living beings had to descend on the ground. Looking at the entrance of the Emperor Palace before him, Tang Kong took a deep breath. "Lord Desolate Marshal, if you enter the Frost Springs Emperor Palace, there's no way out. You." Before he could finish, the Marshal Dao Prime Body was the first to enter the Emperor Palace. Tang Kong was helpless and could only brace himself to follow. The Marshal Dao Prime Body was his savior. If not for the Marshal Dao Prime Body, the Tang family of the North Ridge, including him, would have been wiped out. Even if there was a mountain of blades, a sea of flames and a bottomless abyss ahead, he had to follow the Marshal Dao Prime Body in. Not long after they entered the Emperor Palace, a shout suddenly sounded from behind. "Brother Tang." When he heard that voice, Tang Kong's heart skipped a beat and he cursed internally. He could only stop and turn around. Not far away, hundreds of Hell King experts were walking over. The leader had a terrifying aura and a dignified expression. His gaze was like a torch and his facial features looked similar to the dead young master of the South Forest. Tang Qing'er's expression changed when she saw who it was. When Tang Kong turned around, his expression had already returned to normal. He welcomed the person with a smile and cupped his fists. "Brother Shintu, how have you been?" This group of people was from the South Forest. The leader was King South Forest, Shintu Lang. Shintu Lang approached. "Brother Tang, today was your 800,000-year-old birthday banquet. If not for Hell Lord Frost Springs Consort inauguration ceremony, I would have definitely gone to wish you a happy birthday personally." "It's fine." Tang Kong had a calm expression as he waved his hand. "Compared to the Hell Lord's Consort inauguration ceremony, my birthday banquet is nothing." Shintu Lang smiled. "Initially, I thought that you would be focused on holding your birthday banquet in the North Ridge. To think that you would rush over to participate in the Hell Lord's Consort inauguration ceremony as well. By the way, Inger should have already arrived at the North Ridge. Why didn't he come with the two of you?" At the mention of Shintuing, Tang Qing'er's expression changed slightly and she felt guilty. She avoided Shintu Lang's gaze, not daring to look at him. Shintuing had already been killed by the Marshal Dao Prime Body and his essence spirit was destroyed, how could he have followed them over? Tang Kong said, "Your son is indeed a fine young man." However, there was a small conflict between these two children. He's with Hell King South Essence and did not join us. At that moment, Tang Kong's experience and maturity was evident. Against Shintu Lang's question, Tang Kong had a calm expression and did not react at all, as though he did not know that Shintuing had died. Even his lie was flawless, as though he had prepared it long ago. Not only that, Tang Kong's words even helped Tang Qing'er make up for the flaw that she had just revealed. Chapter 2662, 2662 Consort You. 2662 Consort You. Shintu Lang naturally noticed Tang Qing'er's abnormality and the panic that flashed across her face. Initially, he was speculating internally. However, when he heard Tang Kong's explanation, he came to a realization and did not think too much about it. Small conflicts between young people can easily be resolved. This is. Shintu Lang's gaze shifted to the martial Dao prime body. After the essence martial Grotto Heaven devoured a large amount of the Grotto Heaven power of the Hell Kings in the North Ridge, it no longer possessed the same type of living aura of those from the medium Kiliacosm. However, the martial Dao prime body looked a little strange. He wore a silver mask and only revealed a pair of deep eyes, looking rather mysterious. "This is a fellow Daoist I just met," Tang Kong said ambiguously before changing the topic and exchanging pleasantries indifferently. A moment later, Shintu Lang said, "The consort inauguration ceremony should be starting soon. Let's enter the palace together. Brother Shintu, please go ahead. I have something else to do and will have to wait for a while." Tang Kong wanted to take advantage of the consort inauguration ceremony to infiltrate the teleportation formation. Naturally, he could not enter the palace with Shintu Lang. "Alright, see you at the consort inauguration ceremony." With that said, Shintu Lang led the group of Hell King experts from the South Forest towards the main hall of the Frost Springs Emperor Palace. After Shintu Lang left, Tang Qing'er heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier on, in front of Shintu Lang, she almost could not withstand the pressure and panicked. If Shintu Lang noticed anything amiss, the three of them could forget about approaching the teleportation formation successfully. "Lord Desolate Marshal, let's go over as well." Tang Kong probed. "This way." Tang Qing'er pointed in a direction. "We can avoid many people on the road here, in case we bump into any familiar faces." The martial Dao prime body did not mind and merely followed beside Tang Kong and his daughter. Before long, the three of them arrived near the main hall of the Emperor Palace. If they wanted to reach the teleportation formation, they had to pass through a huge square in front of the Emperor Palace's main hall. At that moment, the square was already filled with people. At a glance, it was densely packed and bustling. The consort inauguration ceremony this time round was grand. Not only were many experts from the central capital present, many experts from the East Plains, South Forest and West Swamp arrived as well. Tang Kong stood at the periphery of the square and swept his gaze, spotting three territorial lords of the East Plains, South Forest and West Swamp in the crowd. Apart from some guards and maidservants, there was no one else in the main hall. Hell Lord Frost Springs and the new Hell Consort had yet to arrive. Tang Kong had a grim expression. His birthday banquet in the North Ridge was completely insignificant compared to the consort inauguration ceremony before him. There were only a few thousand Hell King experts at his birthday banquet in the North Ridge. At this moment, there were probably tens of thousands of Hell King experts gathered in the square, emitting a terrifying aura as they intertwined in the air. Any living being of Hell who stepped into the square could sense that immense pressure. If the news of the battle at the North Ridge spread to the central capital and the Emperor Palace, their tracks would be exposed as well. At that time, they would be drowned and torn into pieces by the crowd before them. Right then, a gigantic carriage drove over slowly in midair in the distance. In front of the carriage, 9 serpent wyrms pulled and hissed continuously into the skies. Their cultivation auras had already reached the level of Hell Kings. 2 figures, a man and a woman, sat in the carriage. The man was dressed in snow-white armor and a thick and heavy sword stood by his feet, emitting a chill. He had a cold expression and a pale face. His eyes were azure-like gems and there was a strange rune imprinted on his glabella. It was the word Nether. Hell Lord Frost Springs had descended. Although the martial Dao Prime Body had never seen Hell Lord Frost Springs before, apart from this person, no one else could emit such a powerful might. The gaze of the martial Dao Prime Body shifted to the face of the woman beside Hell Lord Frost Springs. The martial Dao Prime Body narrowed his eyes slightly and his expression changed beneath the Mara mask. If he was not wrong, this woman should be Hell Lord Frost Springs' soon-to-be Hell Consort. Indeed, this Hell Consort was extremely beautiful. Anyone who saw this woman would sigh at the wonders of creation in the world. Many living beings in the square, regardless of gender or cultivation, held their breaths instinctively when they saw the Hell Consort and could not shift their gazes away for a moment. However, that was not enough to tempt the martial Dao Prime Body. To his surprise, this Hell Consort was almost identical to Consort Yu of Tianhuang mainland in terms of looks and figure. The only difference was that there was a strange nether rune imprinted on the forehead of the Hell Consort. How could this be? Instantly, many questions flashed through the mind of the martial Dao Prime Body. Could this Hell Consort and Consort Yu of Tianhuang mainland be the same person? If they were not the same person, why did they look identical? Even their auras were almost identical. However, if they were the same person, what could explain the scene before him? In Tianhuang mainland, he had personally witnessed Consort Yu undergo tribulation transcendence and ascend. Why would Consort Hell come to the Hell world? What exactly did she experience after she ascended that caused her to be transformed in the Hell Frost Springs and become a member of the ancient Nether race? Or perhaps, could living beings from minor kiliacosms ascend directly into the Hell world? But how was that possible? Even between the medium kiliacosm and the Hell world, there was an indestructible barrier. How could the living beings of the minor kiliacosm ascend directly into the Hell world? Countless questions lingered in the heart of the martial Dao Prime Body. More importantly, even if the person before him was Consort Yu of Tianhuang mainland, did she still have her past memories after undergoing the transformation of the Hell Frost Springs? Tang Qing'er was a woman after all and had seen the Hell Consort before, so she was the first to come back to her senses. She glanced sideways and saw the martial Dao Prime Body staring fixedly at the Hell Consort with a strange gaze. She could not help but purse her lips and mutter softly, "Seems like you're not immune either." Tang Kong had a conflicted expression and wanted to say something but hesitated. There's actually such a woman in the world. Seriously. If he could be hundreds of thousands of years younger, he would even fight Hell Lord Frost Springs to the death for this Hell Consort. Stop looking, the two of you. Tang Qing'er sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. This is the best opportunity. Everyone in the square is focused on the Hell Consort. We can leave this place now. Tang Kong's heart skipped a beat as though he had woken up from a dream. That's right. Lord Desolate Marshal, let's take this opportunity to leave this place quickly. There's a high chance of success if we head to the teleportation formation now. The martial Dao Prime Body remained silent, as though he did not hear anything. He continued to look at Hell Consort in the carriage. Tang Kong and his daughter exchanged glances with helpless expressions. The two of them thought that the martial Dao Prime Body was already obsessed with the beauty of the Hell Consort and could not extricate himself. Tang Kong was anxious and urged, "Lord Desolate Marshal, are you still leaving? This is a rare opportunity and if we miss it, something else might happen." "I'm not leaving," the martial Dao Prime Body said indifferently. In a flash, he arrived in midair and headed towards the carriage at the front of the square. No matter who this Hell Consort was, he had to get to the bottom of it. Chapter 2663, 2663 He's here. 2663 He's here. What was he trying to do? Tang Kong was shocked. The three of them hid at the back of the crowd and would not be noticed for the time being. Now that the martial Dao prime body had soared into the air, his tracks would definitely be exposed. Sigh. Tang Kong struggled internally and resisted the urge to turn around and escape, sighing helplessly. Tang Qinger was confused as well, not understanding the intentions of the martial Dao prime body. In the square, many heroes were gathered and the tens of thousands of Hell King experts could only stand on the ground. By flying through the air above the heads of the Hell King experts, the martial Dao prime body instantly attracted gazes and hostility. Reporting in. Right then, a group of Emperor Palace guards sped over with anxious expressions, as though something major had happened. The group of guards sped through midair and crossed the square. Right now, it was the consort inauguration ceremony and the appearance of the Emperor Palace guards was way too sudden, attracting the attention of many experts in the square. Hell Lord Frost Spring's carriage had just descended in the hall and the Emperor Palace guards were about to arrive as well. What is it? Hell Lord Frost Springs did not stand up and asked indifferently. A commander of the Emperor Palace said in a deep voice, Hell Lord, Ming Feng and more than 10 Nether Kings have all died in the North Ridge. King North Ridge has colluded with an outsider from the medium Kiliacosm and has already defected. His whereabouts are unknown. Hell Lord Frost Springs narrowed his eyes slightly. Once the news was out, a commotion broke out in the square as well. What's going on? A living being from the medium Kiliacosm has descended? King Northridge truly has a death wish. How dare he betray Frost Springs Hell? The clamor in the square grew louder. Tang Kong, who was hiding at the back, was uneasy and felt an unprecedented pressure. The expression of the King's South Forest, Shintu Lang, changed slightly. King Northridge defected? He had just bumped into Tang Kong in the Emperor Palace. What was going on? Right then, another figure sped over. It was Hell King South Essence. Hell King, bad news. Hell King South Essence rushed in front of Shintu Lang and knelt down, saying tragically, King Northridge betrayed us and the young master was killed tragically. What? Shintuing was enraged and his gaze was sharp. He reacted quickly and said to Hell Lord Frost Springs in a deep voice, Hell Lord, I just saw King Northridge at the entrance of the Emperor Palace. I'm guessing that Tang Kong, that traitor, wants to take advantage of the consort inauguration ceremony to escape using the teleportation formation of Frost Springs Hell. Hell Lord, please handle this quickly or it'll be too late. Hell Lord Frost Springs had a calm expression as he said unhurriedly, the teleportation formation is heavily guarded. Without my orders, no one can approach. Tang Kong sighed internally when he heard that. From the looks of it, even if the situation before them had not developed to such an extent, it was unlikely that they would have been able to leave Frost Springs Hell even if they managed to arrive at the teleportation formation. Hell Lord Frost Springs was extremely calm. He looked at the commander of the Emperor Palace ahead and asked, given Tang Kong's combat strength, how could he have killed Ming Feng and the others? It wasn't Tang Kong. Hell King South Essence replied first, I was there at that time. Tang Kong was already severely injured by Lord Ming Feng. It was that cultivator from the medium Kiliacosm who attacked and killed Lord Ming Feng and the others. Oh. Hell Lord Frost Springs raised his brow slightly. To be able to kill Ming Feng and more than 10 other Nether Kings, this person is rather capable. Did he condense a perfected grotto heaven? At the mention of that, Hell King South Essence had a strange expression as he shook his head. It's not a perfected grotto heaven. It should be a minor grotto heaven. However, it can continuously devour the power of other grotto heavens. Back then, Thousands of Hell King experts attacked, but they could not defend against the devouring of his dark grotto heaven. Impossible. Hell Lord Frost Springs said resolutely, "How can someone with a minor grotto heaven kill a nether kings of our ancient nether race?" The commander of the Emperor Palace said in a deep voice, "Hell Lord, I'm willing to lead the Imperial Army in the palace to conquer the North Ridge and search for Tang Kong and the other traitors. I'll kill the outsider. There's no hurry." Hell Lord Frost Springs waved it off. "A few rotten fish and shrimps won't be able to escape from me. I'll handle this matter personally after the consort inauguration ceremony today. What characteristics does that outsider have? Get someone to draw it and hunt him down in the entire hell." Hell King South Essence said, "That person is very easy to recognize. He's wearing a purple robe and a silver mask. I think he's Desolate Marshal or something." Upon hearing that word, a ripple appeared in the eyes of the Hell Consort, who was initially motionless and expressionless in the carriage. Purple robe and silver mask? Many Hell King experts shifted their gazes and looked at the cultivator who was flying in midair instinctively. Hell King South Essence looked over instinctively as well. When he saw the Martial Dao Prime body, Hell King South Essence shuddered as though he had seen a ghost. He was so frightened that he almost fell from midair with endless fear in his eyes. He's here. Hell King South Essence pointed at the Martial Dao Prime body who was striding over with a trembling voice. Hell Lord Frost Springs' gaze landed on the Martial Dao Prime body as well with a playful glint in his eyes. "Were you the one who killed Inger?" Shintu Lang stood up slowly and stood in front of the Martial Dao Prime body. His gaze was cold as he glared into the eyes of the latter and asked slowly. "Lord, he's the one." Hell King South Essence gulped and said with a trembling voice. "I want you to pay with your life for my son." Shintu Lang roared and his blood chi surged. The void behind him collapsed as he wanted to prop up his major grotto heaven and kill the Martial Dao Prime body. According to the news just now, Shintu Lang realized how powerful the Martial Dao Prime body was. Therefore, he attacked with all his might without holding back. However, the Martial Dao Prime body's attack was even faster. Before Shintu Lang could finish, the Martial Dao Prime body had already arrived in front of him. His blood chi surged and he raised his fist with a shocking punch. Instantly, the world changed. Before Shintu Lang's blood chi could circulate, it was completely suppressed by the blood chi of the Martial Dao Prime body. Before the grotto heaven behind him could hold on, it was shattered by a single punch from the Martial Dao Prime body. Bang! Right in front of everyone, Shintu Lang was blasted apart by a single punch from the Martial Dao Prime body and turned into a blood mist that filled the air. King South Forest was beaten until his essence spirit was destroyed without a corpse left. If Shintu Lang released his bloodline phenomenon and grotto heaven completely, he might be able to defend against the punch of the Martial Dao Prime body. Unfortunately, he spent too much time talking. The Martial Dao Prime body did not say a word and punched forward, blowing him up. The entire square fell silent instantly. Many living beings of Hell and Hell King experts widened their eyes in disbelief. In the Frost Springs Emperor Palace, in front of Hell Lord Frost Springs and surrounded by tens of thousands of Hell King experts, the purple-robed man actually dared to kill in public. Furthermore, he killed King South Forest with a single punch. Tang Kong and his daughter had long seen the methods of the Martial Dao Prime body. However, they were still shocked when they saw that this person from the medium Kiliacosm was even more domineering than the living beings of Hell. No matter who they were or what their statuses were, as long as they provoked him, he would smash them without hesitation. Chapter 2664, 2664 Fighting the Hell Lord. 2664 Fighting the Hell Lord. How dare you! The Emperor Palace commander in the hall had a furious expression and hollered, "How dare you kill someone in the Frost Springs Emperor Palace? Die!" Right then, Hell Lord Frost Springs glared and raised his hand slightly to stop the Emperor Palace commander. Hell Lord Frost Springs did not want to kill the Martial Dao Prime Body casually. In his eyes, the Martial Dao Prime Body was a gigantic treasure. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for living beings of the medium kiliacosm to come to the Hell world. For the purple-robed man to be able to come here, there must be something special about him. The Hell world had fallen into the Dharma-ending era and had not produced an Emperor Realm expert for many years. Hell Lord Frost Springs vaguely sensed an opportunity from the Martial Dao Prime Body. Perhaps he could find a dharmic formulation to advance to the Emperor Realm from the purple-robed man. If he could step into the Emperor Realm and become the only Emperor expert of the Hell world, he would become the Lord of Hell revered by the 9 Hells and rule over the Hell world. Without Hell Lord Frost Springs' orders, it was not appropriate for the others to attack. Right in front of everyone, the Martial Dao Prime Body arrived before the 9 WIRMS carriage successfully. "You're from the medium kiliacosm?" Hell Lord Frost Springs glared at the Martial Dao Prime Body and leaned on the cold gigantic sword by his feet as he asked slowly. The Martial Dao Prime Body did not even look at Hell Lord Frost Springs. He merely looked at the beautiful woman in the carriage and asked softly, "True Jade?" Consort Yu's name in Tianhuang mainland was True Jade. However, very few people knew about it. Furthermore, this time round, the Martial Dao Prime Body did not hide his voice. When she heard that name, a hint of fluctuation flashed through the woman's eyes. She looked at the Martial Dao Prime Body with a bewildered expression. The voice sounded familiar. However, she was not sure and could not believe it. The woman remained motionless and silent. "You two know each other?" Hell Lord Frost Springs frowned. The Martial Dao Prime Body ignored him and removed the Mara mask, revealing a refined face. The woman's eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. However, although she tried her best to open her mouth, she could not make a sound. When he saw the woman's reaction, the Martial Dao Prime Body no longer had any doubts. The woman before him was Consort Yu. It was not that Consort Yu was unwilling to speak, but she was bound by some sort of restriction and could not move or even make a sound. The Martial Dao Prime Body had too many questions about Consort Yu. However, now was not the time to ask. The Martial Dao Prime Body had a cold expression as he put on the Mara mask once more. His gaze shifted and he finally looked at Hell Lord Frost Springs at the side. "Your consort inauguration ceremony is to place all sorts of restrictions on her and prevent her from resisting?" The Martial Dao Prime Body asked indifferently with a calm tone. The Martial Dao Prime Body had ignored Hell Lord Frost Springs twice previously. The latter did not seem to be angry and merely had a sinister smile on his face. "So what if it is?" Hell Lord Frost Springs raised his brow slightly with a mocking expression and asked, "Could it be that you want to uphold justice for her? Or do you want to challenge me?" "Ha ha ha. Take a look. This cultivator from the medium kiliacosm has come to our Frost Springs Hell to fight for injustice." "What do you mean by fighting for injustice?" "I think he's just bewitched by the Hell consort and lost his mind. He actually went to make a fuss right in front of the Hell Lord." Laughter sounded from the square. "Well done." The Martial Dao Prime Body nodded. "Since you admit it, I'll beat you to death." Before his sentence was finished, the Martial Dao Prime Body strode forward and an ancient bronze square tripod suddenly flew out from his glabella. It expanded instantly and landed in his palm. Emperor Weapon, the Hell Suppression Tripod. The Martial Dao Prime Body raised the Hell Suppression Tripod and smashed it towards the top of Hell Lord Frost Springs' head. This time round, the Martial Dao Prime Body did not release the essence Martial Grotto Heaven. Hell Lord Frost Springs' Grotto Heaven had already been cultivated to the perfected realm and his essence Martial Grotto Heaven might not be able to defend against it. Under normal circumstances, the Martial Dao Prime Body rarely used weapons to kill. But now, the reason why he summoned the Emperor Weapon, the Hell Suppression Tripod, was to kill Hell Lord Frost Springs right away. After getting rid of Hell Lord Frost Springs, the greatest threat, although there were still tens of thousands of Hell King experts around, they would be scattered in a mess and were nothing to be afraid of. How dare you? Hell Lord Frost Springs was enraged. Ever since he became Hell Lord Frost Springs and ruled over a hell, it had been many years since anyone dared to use weapons in front of him. But now, even with tens of thousands of Hell King experts below, an outsider from the medium Kiliacosm actually dared to attack him. Hell Lord Frost Springs' reaction was extremely fast as well. The moment the Martial Dao Prime Body charged forward, he raised his Frost Springs Hell Sword in his hand and slashed towards the Hell Suppression Tripod. Break! Hell Lord Frost Springs hollered. The Frost Springs Hell Sword was nourished and tempered in the Hell Frost Springs all year round and nurtured the powerful power of the Hell Frost Springs with a bone-chilling chill. Grotto Heaven spirit treasures of the same cultivation realm could not defend against the sharpness of his Frost Springs Hell Sword. For example, a Grotto Heaven spirit treasure nurtured by a minor Grotto Heaven could not even defend against the might of his single strike. The Martial Dao Prime Body indeed merely possessed a minor Grotto Heaven. However, the Hell Suppression Tripod was not a spirit treasure nurtured by a minor Grotto Heaven, it was a great Emperor weapon of the ancient era. Clang! The Frost Springs Hell Sword collided with the Hell Suppression Tripod with an ear-piercing sound. Immediately after, a layer of frost covered the Hell Suppression Tripod in the blink of an eye and froze, as though it had turned into an ice sculpture. Ha ha ha! Hell Lord Frost Springs burst into laughter. How dare you show off this lousy metal before me? The Martial Dao Prime Body had a calm expression as he channeled his spirit consciousness to awaken the sacred souls in the Hell Suppression Tripod. Gur! Roar! Shriek! Hiss! Suddenly, for earth-shaking howls sounded from the Hell Suppression Tripod. Immediately after, the surface of the Hell Suppression Tripod shone with a blinding light. On the walls of the tripod, four terrifying beasts came to life and broke through the ice. Hell Lord Frost Springs was alarmed. The auras of the four sacred beasts were extremely powerful. The powerful might emitted by the sacred beasts descended on the hall and suppressed the 9 serpent WIRMS in front of the carriage to the point of not daring to move. The 4 sacred beasts awakened at the same time and charged towards Hell Lord Frost Springs. Boom! 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 Against the impact of the 4 sacred beasts, the gigantic carriage collapsed as well. The restrictions on the carriage dissipated silently and Consort Yu regained her freedom. The Martial Dao Prime Body waved his robes and brought Consort Yu out of the carriage, placing her behind him. At that moment, the 4 sacred beasts had already charged towards Hell Lord Frost Springs. The azure dragon circled, the white tiger roared, the vermilion bird bathed in flames and the black tortoise stepped on the waves. As the cultivation realm of the Martial Dao Prime Body rose, the Hell Suppression Tripod strength rose rapidly under the nourishment of his minor Grotto Heaven. After the baptism of the 10 heavenly tribulations, the souls of the 4 sacred beasts underwent a rebirth and a transformation, becoming even stronger than they were during the Infinite Era. Right now, the power of the 4 sacred souls had already reached the Grotto Heaven realm. Against the attacks of the 4 sacred souls, Hell Lord Frost Springs could not defend against them and wanted to channel the bloodline of the ancient Nether race. However, the 4 sacred souls emitted the bloodline aura of the 4 sacred beasts as well. Under the suppression of the bloodline auras of the 4 sacred beasts, Hell Lord Frost Springs' ancient Nether bloodline was suppressed and circulated slowly. Chapter 2665, 2665 Massacre. 2665 Massacre. Boom! Hell Lord Frost Springs could not release his bloodline phenomenon for the time being and could only prop up his perfected Grotto Heaven first, wanting to devour the 4 sacred souls. Right then, the martial Tao Prime body wielded the Hell Suppression Tripod and smashed it towards Hell Lord Frost Spring's perfected grotto heaven like a god. Boom! There was a loud bang. Hell Lord Frost Spring's perfected grotto heaven swayed violently and let out a faint cracking sound. The blood chi in the body of the martial Tao Prime body surged and his eyes burned with purple flames. His body seemed to have transformed into a furnace that were filled with raging flames and descended from the skies with a scarlet heat. Boom! 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 The martial Tao Prime body transformed into the heaven and earth furnace and combined it with the Hell Suppression Tripod. He even opened up the essence martial grotto heaven and smashed it down one after another without giving Hell Lord Frost Springs any chance to catch his breath. Coupled with the entanglement attacks of the four sacred souls, Hell Lord Frost Springs could not even find a chance to leave the battlefield and retreat. The attacks of the martial Tao Prime body were way too ferocious. That attack released almost all of his trump cards. His bloodline phenomenon, the essence martial grotto heaven and even the emperor weapon, the Hell Suppression Tripod. There were still tens of thousands of Hell King experts surrounding him. The martial Tao Prime body had to kill Hell Lord Frost Springs immediately and get rid of this greatest threat to stabilize the situation. Crack! Crack! The moment Hell Lord Frost Springs' perfected grotto heaven was propped up, it was shattered by a series of attacks from the martial Tao Prime body and exploded on the spot. At that moment, the Hell Suppression Tripod floated above Hell Lord Frost Spring's head and Sanskrit sounded from it incessantly in a divine and vast manner. Beside Hell Lord Frost Springs, the four sacred souls could not help but reveal the figures of Buddhas and the cries of dragons and elephants. In the hands of the martial Tao Prime body, the Hell Suppression Tripod finally displayed the power of an emperor weapon and was no longer used for simple attacks such as smashing someone. Hell Lord Frost Springs spat out blood and his face turned even paler. The attacks of the martial Tao Prime body were way too ferocious. Without the protection of his perfected grotto heaven, he could not defend against the continuous attacks of the heaven and earth furnace and Hell Suppression Tripod. Right in front of everyone, Hell Lord Frost Springs was surrounded by a blazing furnace and four sacred souls. The bronze tripod that shone with a blinding golden light shattered him into pieces. Before Hell Lord Frost Springs' essence spirit could escape, it was devoured by the heaven and earth furnace of the martial Tao Prime body and burned to ashes instantly. Hell Lord Frost Springs was dead. The entire process happened too quickly and many Hell Kings were still stunned on the spot. Their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. There were many Hell King experts present but no one expected Hell Lord Frost Springs to be killed by the martial Tao Prime body in a few breaths. Even the guards of the Emperor Palace did not have the time to attack. That was because earlier on, they wanted to attack the martial Tao Prime body but were stopped by Hell Lord Frost Springs. Everyone thought that the Hell Lord definitely had other intentions. However, to think that Hell Lord Frost Springs would be dead in the blink of an eye. Well. At the back of the square, Tang Kong muttered when he saw that, he actually killed the Hell Lord. The death of Hell Lord Frost Springs was a good thing for him and the Tang family. Because Hell Lord Frost Springs was dead, the entire Frost Springs Hell was without a leader and would definitely fall into chaos as experts fought for the position of the Hell Lord. At that time, no one would mobilize a huge force to hunt him down. He seems to be old friends with the Hell Consort. Because the Hell Lord imprisoned the Hell Consort, in his rage, Tang Qinger's expression was conflicted when she saw that. She was both envious and afraid. It was only now that she realized how terrifying this cultivator from the medium Kiliacosm whom she bumped into unintentionally was. Given the situation, even the entire Frost Springs Hell might not be able to suppress him, let alone the North Ridge. Kill him and take revenge for the Hell Lord. The commander of the Emperor Palace in the lead reacted immediately and waved his arm. At the same time, he took out a communication talisman from his storage bag and released it to gather the Imperial Army of the Frost Springs Emperor Palace. Whoever can kill this person will be the new Hell Lord Frost Springs. Someone shouted from the crowd. That voice seemed to have stirred up 1,000 waves. The Hell King experts in the square glared at the martial Dao Prime body in the hall with a murderous aura. Everyone was afraid of Hell Lord Frost Springs and did not dare to disobey. It was not only because Hell Lord Frost Springs was powerful to begin with, but also because there were already a large number of Hell Kings and Nether King experts gathered under him. Furthermore, Hell Lord Frost Springs had the ancient Nether race of Frost Springs Hell backing him. Unless other Nether Kings of the Nether ancient race rose, no one would be able to challenge his status as Hell Lord Frost Springs. The other living beings of Hell had no chance at all. Right now, although the martial Dao Prime body had killed Hell Lord Frost Springs, he was alone. There were tens of thousands of Hell King experts present. Thereafter, Nether King experts of the ancient Nether race would arrive and billions of Hell troops would gather. In the eyes of many living beings of Hell, the martial Dao Prime body was alone and weak. However, they had the entire Frost Springs Hell. Even though the martial Dao Prime body had just displayed his powerful combat strength, many living beings of Hell present were not afraid at all. Instead, they were extremely excited and wanted to take advantage of the chaotic world to rise and take over the Emperor Palace. Kill! Many living beings of Hell shouted from the crowd. Retreat to the hall. The martial Dao Prime body sent Consort Yu into the hall behind him. Thereafter, he stood in front of the hall and faced the surging living beings of Hell alone, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Roar! The martial Dao Prime body opened his mouth and released his sound domain secret skill. Myriad Beings Sound. Instantly, the figures of billions of living beings seemed to appear behind the martial Dao Prime body and shouted together with him in a deafening manner. The myriad beings sound coupled with the blood chi of the martial Dao Prime body released incomparable lethality. Poof! 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 Although most of the experts who charged forward were Hell Kings, some of them with weak physiques, ordinary bloodlines and insufficient cultivation realms were shattered on the spot by the impact of the myriad being sound and turned into a blood mist, their essence spirits and bodies destroyed. Some Hell King experts could defend against it. However, they were severely injured and bled from their 7 orifices. Only Hell Kings and Nether King experts with major grotto heavens could stabilize themselves and survive after releasing their bloodline phenomenons or condensing their major grotto heavens. Many living beings of Hell surged over like a black torrent. However, after being roared by the myriad being sound of the martial Dao Prime body, the black torrent paused and even showed signs of stopping. The martial Dao Prime body threw out the Hell suppression tripod and smashed into the crowd. The 4 sacred souls surged through the black torrent at the same time and started a massacre, galloping unhindered. At the same time, the martial Dao Prime body channeled his essence spirit and released dermic arts continuously. Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Suddenly, scarlet flames burst out from the bodies of many living beings of Hell and burned their flesh. Ah! Many living beings of Hell let out tragic cries. Before the attacks of the martial Dao Prime body could stop, pitch-black flames suddenly spread out from beneath his feet and burned towards the black torrent ahead. Chapter 2666, 2666 Martial Dao Will. 2666 Martial Dao Will. The 2 flames, the Red Lotus Karmic Fire and Hellfire, charged into the black torrent of living beings of Hell and released extremely terrifying lethality. Hellfire came from Avicii and contained the pain true intent of billions of living beings. The living beings of Hell were in immense pain and were utterly defeated by the Hellfire. Even Hell Kings and Nether King experts who had condensed major grotto heavens were struggling to hold on. What surprised the martial Dao Prime body was that the one who truly caused immense damage to the living beings of Hell was not the Hellfire, but the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. The Red Lotus Karmic Fire burned negative karma and could even refine divine powers. In the minor and medium kiliacosms, it could unleash terrifying might. And now, after the Red Lotus karmic fire was released in Frost Springs Hell, it sensed the surrounding nether chi and the flames intensified, increasing its might. Hundreds of thousands of Hell King experts were burned to ashes by the Red Lotus karmic fire, and their essence spirits and bodies were destroyed. The feeling was as though spirit chi and heaven and earth essence chi were not enough to unleash the true power of the Red Lotus karmic fire. Only nether chi could unleash the might of the Red Lotus karmic fire to its limits. Could the origin of the Red Lotus karmic fire have originated from the Hell world? A question flashed through the mind of the martial Dao prime body. However, the battle was in full swing and he had no time to be distracted. The Nether Kings of the ancient Nether race gradually could not withstand the burning of the Red Lotus karmic fire. Nether King experts who condensed major grotto heavens could forcibly hold on. However, Red Lotus karmic fire surged out of the bodies of some Nether Kings with minor grotto heavens. Even their bloodlines could not suppress it. Not only that, when they released their bloodline phenomenons, the Red Lotus karmic fire in their bodies burned even more ferociously. The martial Dao prime body channeled his bloodline and emitted a scorching heat, charging into the crowd like a gigantic furnace that was burning red. Bang! 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 Under the burning of the Red Lotus karmic fire and hellfire, the living beings of hell in the square were either dead or severely injured. In this situation, no one could stop the footsteps of the martial Dao prime body. Boom! The martial Dao prime body punched over and exploded the bodies of a few Hell King experts. He pushed forward with an unstoppable might. Tens of thousands of Hell King experts and the Nether Kings of the ancient Nether race were defeated by the impact of the martial Dao prime body. They wailed and blood flowed like rivers. Bang! Boom! Not far away, the sound of thunderous iron hooves sounded as a large black cloud surged over. Banners swayed and cold armor shone, countless troops from the Hell army were charging over. Tang Kong and Tang Qing'er had long hidden outside the battlefield. When they saw this scene from afar, they were shocked. Is he going to go against the entire Frost Springs Hell alone? Tang Qing'er asked in disbelief. Tang Kong gulped and tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart as he said slowly, "He's not going against, he might be suppressing Frost Springs Hell." Tang Qing'er shuddered and murmured, "Is that possible?" Frost Springs Hell was one of the 9 hells after all. There were countless living beings in hell. Could an outsider suppress them all? Nothing's impossible. Tang Kong said, "The only way to reach the top in Frost Springs Hell is by matching their bloodthirst and violence with equivalent bloodthirst and violence." Even living beings of hell and experts of the ancient Nether race had to use extraordinary methods to rise in Frost Springs Hell. They had to bleed and step on endless corpses. Furthermore, the martial Dao prime body came from the medium kiliacosm. The living beings of hell were born with hatred towards the people of the medium kiliacosm. To make these living beings of hell submit, the only way was through a baptism of blood and killing. There was another treasure on the martial Dao prime body, the Netherworld treasure mirror. The lethality of the Netherworld treasure mirror was extremely terrifying. However, the treasure itself exuded an evil aura. It had been used once in the North Ridge and the martial Dao prime body was wary of it as well. Unless he had no choice, he did not intend to summon the Netherworld treasure mirror. Against the charging Hell army, the martial Dao prime body was fearless. He channeled his essence spirit and narrowed the range of the Hellfire and Red Lotus karmic fire, forming a restricted zone barrier around him. Any living being of hell who stepped into this forbidden zone would suffer the burning of the 2 flames. The martial Dao prime body realized that he might face a long battle. The living beings of hell in Frost Springs Hell would definitely not submit easily. The army formed by billions of living beings of hell attacked the forbidden zone of flames ahead again and again, leaving behind countless corpses and ashes. The martial Dao Prime Body wielded the Hell Suppression Tripod and was surrounded by 4 sacred souls. He went on a killing spree and was invincible. Kill. 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 The chants of murder and bugles sounded from the Hell Army. He's only one person. If we attack and kill continuously, we can exhaust him to death if we have to. How can outsiders take over Frost Springs Hell? The will of Hell cannot be bullied. Many living beings of Hell roared. The battle started from the consort inauguration ceremony in the morning and lasted until evening. Although the attacks of the Hell Army were a little weak, they did not stop. If the martial Dao Prime Body was from Frost Springs Hell, the living beings of Hell might have submitted long ago. However, the martial Dao Prime Body was not from Hell. That was completely unacceptable to the living beings of Hell. The flames of war spread continuously and the entire Frost Springs Emperor Palace was enveloped in flames. Thick smoke billowed and blood chi surged as corpses littered the ground. The martial Dao Prime Body turned the Frost Springs Emperor Palace into a blazing purgatory. This battle lasted for an entire day and night. Neither side retreated. Tang Kong and Qing'er stood outside the Emperor Palace and watched the tragic battle without leaving. Up till this point of the battle, it was no longer a simple battle of strength. This was a battle of wills. The martial Dao Prime Body was resisting the will of the billions of living beings in Frost Springs Hell. Although the attacks of the Hell Army had yet to stop, the seeds of fear had already been planted in the hearts of many living beings of Hell. The figure fighting in the flames ahead was like an indefatigable god of war who killed in all directions and stood tall. Every living being of Hell felt a sense of helplessness. That person seemed to be an existence that could not be defended against or defeated. Even after the billions of living beings of Hell condensed their will, they could not shake that figure. In reality, on the side of the martial Dao Prime Body, be it stamina, blood chi or essence spirit, they had already reached their limits. If not for the fact that he used the heaven and earth furnace to smelt dermic arts all year round, temper his body and condense a perfected true martial Dao body, he would definitely not have been able to last until now. Both parties had already reached their limits. Any external force could change the entire situation. After fighting for a day and night, although the stamina of the martial Dao Prime Body had reached his limits, his will was still unshakable. Although he seemed to be alone, he had once established the martial Dao and imparted martial arts to all living beings. The martial Dao civilization he represented contained the faith and will of countless people of the martial Dao and the hopes of countless ordinary living beings. Those faith, will and hope were indelible and eternal. Chapter 2667, 2667 Supreme Notoriety. 2667 Supreme Notoriety. In the battle that lasted for a day and night, the martial Dao Prime Body sorted out his own dermic Dao while fighting. Looking at the large forbidden zone formed by the Red Lotus karmic fire and hellfire, he could not help but recall the scene of the Builder Tree showing its might when it woke up. The Builder Tree released a green halo that enveloped everything within a radius of 50 kilometers. Under the envelopment of the green halo, all cultivators, including Immortal King experts, were greatly restricted and could not even break through the void to escape. Within the range of the green halo, the Builder Tree was the only god. The green halo released by the Builder Tree was similar to the Forbidden Zone barrier formed by the two great flames of the martial Dao Prime Body. The future of the martial Dao became clearer and gradually took shape in the Prime Body's mind. What the martial Dao Prime Body wanted to do was to end this battle and cultivate in seclusion. He wanted to sort out his dermic Dao and take the final step. Up till this point of the battle, both parties had reached their limits. The martial Dao Prime Body took a deep breath of air and looked at the many living beings of hell who were still charging ahead. He channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands. A gigantic door surrounded by black chi appeared behind him. The door was like a dark abyss, like an ancient behemoth that could devour everything with its bloody mouth. After the martial Dao prime body controlled the Hell suppression tripod, he once used a supreme dermic Dao to create a Hell's Gate. Back when the martial Dao prime body underwent tribulation transcendence, he had yet to completely control the secret skill. It merely contained a trace of grotto heaven power. The Hell's Gate that was condensed was only in the form of a grotto heaven and did not have the will of a grotto heaven. Even so, he could defend against the 10th heavenly tribulation with the help of that Hell's Gate. But now, the martial Dao prime body had complete control over the power of the grotto heaven. The Hell's Gate evolved once more and advanced another level, transforming into the Avicii Gate. The door shrouded in black chi before him was identical to the door of greater Avicii. In fact, endless Avicii chi surged from it, filled with the pain-true intent of billions of living beings as it swept towards the massive Hell army ahead. The martial Dao prime body erected the Avicii Gate in front of him to stop the Hell army. The endless troops in the Hell army were devoured by the Avicii Gate and vanished completely, suppressed. Together with the Avicii Gate, the forbidden zone of flames caused the greatest amount of damage to the endless Hell army. In the fiery region ahead, the endless abyss surrounded by black chi was like an insurmountable barrier that would kill anyone who crossed it. The battle lasted for a day and night, and the spirit of the army of Hell living beings had already reached their limits. The descent of the Avicii Gate became the last straw that crushed the many living beings of Hell. The living beings of Hell were ferocious and bloodthirsty, they did not mind dying. However, even though they knew that they would definitely die and could not see any hope of survival, the living beings of Hell could feel terror and fear. Too many living beings of Hell in Frost Springs Hell died in this battle. Corpses piled around the main hall of the Emperor Palace, forming continuous mountain ranges with endless blood flowing at the foot of the corpse mountains. Those were only corpses visible to the naked eye. There were also countless living beings of Hell who were burned to death by the two flames of the martial Dao prime body. The later generations of the Hell world calculated that more than 20,000 Hell King experts in Frost Springs Hell died in this battle alone. Including other living beings of Hell, a conservative estimate would place that figure more than 100 million. The Frost Springs Emperor Palace had already turned into a fiery hell with flames of war burning everywhere. Even from outside the Emperor Palace, one could see the blood-colored mountain peaks piled up with corpses. It was a shocking sight. This battle severely injured Frost Springs Hell and it became dormant for many years. The martial Dao prime body single-handedly massacred the king experts of Frost Springs Hell into keeping silent out of fear. Countless living beings of Hell bowed down to him, establishing his supreme notoriety. Even if all the living beings of Hell who participated in the battle were lucky enough to survive, their hearts were still shrouded in a terrifying shadow. In fact, Desolate Marshall's name had already become a taboo in Frost Springs Hell. The living beings of Hell did not even dare to mention it. The battle ended. Countless living beings of Hell fled Frost Springs City and the remaining living beings of Hell knelt on the ground one after another, bowing down and not daring to resist. Frost Springs Hell had changed owners. Countless living beings of Hell raised their heads and looked at the figure in the flames of war. His purple robe was soaked in blood and his cold silver mask made them feel endless fear. Even against the former Hell Lord Frost Springs, many living beings of Hell did not feel this way. Tang Kong and Tang Qinger stood outside the Emperor Palace and witnessed the entire battle. Even now, they felt that it was unreal. Desolate Marshal won. He suppressed countless living beings of Hell and trampled the entire Frost Springs Hell beneath his feet. Tang Kong let out a long breath with a conflicted expression, his eyes filled with both joy and worry. On the one hand, after the martial Dao prime body had taken over Frost Springs Hell and became the new Hell Lord Frost Springs, they would not have to flee everywhere in the future. On the other hand, Frost Springs Hell would fall into a long period of chaos. Frost Springs Hell was way too big. The East Plains, South Forest, West Swamp, North Ridge and even the central capital included, there would definitely be some experts and factions who would stand out to fight the martial Dao Prime Body. Of course, given the methods displayed by the martial Dao Prime Body, these experts and factions were nothing to fear. The greatest threat for the martial Dao Prime Body was still the other 8 hells. Before long, the battle today would spread to the other 8 hells. Although the Hell world was once severely injured and fell into the Dharma-ending era without the rule of the Lord of Hell, the 9 hells were independent. The 8 hells might not even care if Frost Springs Hell changed owners. However, the martial Dao Prime Body was an outsider after all. The 8 hells might probably not allow a Hell Lord from the medium Kiliacosm to take reign. Once the 8 hells joined forces, they would be much stronger than the Frost Springs Hell before them and would not submit and retreat easily. Tang Kong brought Tang Qing'er back to the Emperor Palace. This time round, the way Tang Qing'er looked at the martial Dao Prime Body had changed completely. Prior to this, although the martial Dao Prime Body had once displayed his might in the North Ridge, killing many Nether Kings and suppressing the living beings of Hell in the North Ridge, Tang Qing'er was not too afraid of him. After this battle, Tang Qing'er did not even dare to meet the eyes of the martial Dao Prime Body. "You're here. Just in time." When the martial Dao Prime Body saw Tang Kong return, he nodded slightly. "I'll leave the maintenance of the Frost Springs Emperor Palace and Frost Springs City, including the living beings of Hell in the city, to you from now on." Huh? Tang Kong was stunned. With his ability, it was not too difficult for him to deal with these things. However, he was only King North Ridge after all. It was difficult for him to convince the masses if he wanted to lead the living beings of Hell in Frost Springs City. As though he could read Tang Kong's concerns, the martial Dao Prime Body said casually, "From now on, you'll take on the position of Hell Lord Frost Springs." Chapter 2668, 2668 Mystery of the Six Paths. 2668 Mystery of the Six Paths. The martial Dao Prime Body did not care about the position of Hell Lord Frost Springs. To him, the most important thing was to cultivate in seclusion. Secondly, he had to find a way to leave the Hell world and return to the medium Kiliacosm. Even if the martial Dao Prime Body were to become the Lord of Hell, he would not be reluctant to leave this place, let alone the position of Hell Lord Frost Springs. Of course, he still had many questions about the Hell world. Perhaps Consort Yu in the main hall could give him some answers. Tang Kong was not happy at all when he heard the arrangements of the martial Dao Prime Body. Instead, he had a bitter expression and hesitated for a moment before agreeing. In his opinion, he was merely a puppet of the martial Dao Prime Body. The living beings of Hell in Frost Springs Hell knew who the true master of Frost Springs Hell was. If the 8 hells attacked Frost Springs Hell, as Hell Lord Frost Springs in name, he would be the first to bear the brunt and would not be able to escape death. Sigh. Tang Kong sighed internally. He could not reject the martial Dao Prime Body. If not for the martial Dao Prime Body, he would not have lived to this day. His Tang family would have been exterminated by Ming Feng and the others at his birthday banquet. All right. Tang Kong perked up and tried to find joy in his misery. He forced a smile and thought to himself, to be able to ascend to the throne of Hell Lord Frost Springs before I die, my life has not been in vain. The martial Dao Prime Body did not know Tang Kong's complicated thoughts. After throwing all these trivial matters to Tang Kong, he turned around and entered the hall. Consort Yu stood inside and their eyes met. Her beautiful eyes were fixated on the person before her without blinking, and she had a conflicted expression with mixed emotions in her heart. At that moment, she recalled many things from the past and the first time she saw the elegant scholar deep underground in the great Qian ruins. She recalled how weak the person before her was in the old capital of Yen country in Tianhuang mainland and even needed her to save him. However, this weak and delicate scholar had grown way too quickly. At the 10,000 race meet, he was already close to catching up with her. Later on, this person established the martial Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings, pacifying the chaos of the primordial races and suppressing the bloodline catastrophe. In the end, he ascended to the top and was conferred the title of Eternal Martial Emperor. At that time, this person had already completely surpassed her. Consort Yu had her own pride. She had once thought of taking a look at Little Fox and him at the same time. However, that day, a peerless and dazzling blood-robed woman suddenly appeared beside him. As such, she gave up on that thought. The blood-robed woman killed the Tianhuang witch race with a casual palm strike. With a wave of her hand, she slaughtered the living beings of the upper world and looked down on all living beings in an insufferably arrogant manner. Even now, Consort Yu could not forget the shock of seeing that scene back then. Even with her pride, she felt inferior in front of the blood-robed woman. Consort Yu's beauty was worthy of any praise in the world. It was enough to cause the downfall of a city and topple all living beings. Even the blood-robed woman seemed to be inferior to her beauty. However, if the two of them stood together, the blood-robed woman would be able to snatch away all the light on her body. Anyone who stood shoulder to shoulder with the blood-robed woman would turn dim. When Consort Yu saw the blood-robed woman holding Su Zimo's palm, she retracted some of her distracting thoughts and never looked for Su Zimo after that. However, she had not expected the two of them to reunite in Frost Springs Hell today. Furthermore, this person had already grown to this point and suppressed the entire Frost Springs Hell single-handedly. The two of them were silent for a long time. The martial Tao Prime Body was the first to speak. In Tianhuang mainland, I once saw you undergo tribulation transcendence and ascend with my own eyes. Why are you here? So, he was still paying attention to me in Tianhuang mainland. A thought flashed through Consort Yu's mind. She shook her head gently. At that time, I indeed underwent tribulation transcendence and ascended. However, during the process of ascending, I was struck by the turbulence of the starry skies and died on the spot. You died? The martial Tao Prime Body frowned slightly and asked, You're already dead? Of course. Consort Yu smiled bitterly. If I didn't already die, why would I come to the Hell world and transform into the ancient Nether race in Frost Springs Hell? The martial Tao Prime Body was even more confused when he heard that. As though she could tell the confusion in the martial Tao Prime Body's heart, Consort Yu explained, generally speaking, when all living beings die, their souls will enter the netherworld. In the netherworld, after being baptized by the water of the Yellow Springs, one will lose the memories of their previous life. Then, under the guidance of the living beings of the netherworld, the souls of all living beings will be sent to the 6 paths. The Hell world is one of the 6 paths. When he heard that, the martial Tao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat. Consort Yu's few sentences revealed too much information. Furthermore, the information was shocking enough. The 6 paths of the 6 paths of reincarnation were the Heavenly Tao, Human Tao, Azura Tao, Beast Tao, Hungry Ghost Tao and Hell Tao. As for the so-called Hell Tao, it was actually a vast world that could coexist with the medium Kiliacosm. If the Hell Tao was represented by a world, did that mean that the other 5 were the same? Perhaps that was the deeper meaning of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Consort Yu's words confirmed a previous guess of the martial Tao Prime Body. Hell and the netherworld were 2 completely different places but were inextricably linked. The martial Tao Prime Body asked, Your soul was sent to the Hell world. That's why you were reborn in Frost Springs Hell? Consort Yu nodded. The ancient nether race of the 9 hells are actually the souls of all living beings in the Trichiliacosm. Through the netherworld, they were sent to the Hell world of the 6 paths and obtained different powers from the 9 springs of Hell, transformed from the spring water. To be precise, this isn't considered a rebirth. That's because these souls no longer have the memories of their previous lives and have completely gotten rid of all the imprints of their previous lives. They are born as a completely new life in the 9 springs of Hell, the ancient nether race. The martial Tao Prime Body discovered the loophole and asked, "In that case, why do you still have the memories of your previous life when you transformed in Frost Springs Hell?" Consort Yu said, "That's because I once unintentionally obtained a magical flower called the Permitha flower. There's nothing special about this flower in Tianhuang mainland. When my soul fell into the netherworld, I carried the Permitha flower. The protection of that flower helped me preserve the memories of my previous life. Later on, I was transformed in the Frost Springs. Although I changed into this body and possessed the bloodline of the ancient Nether race, I still retained the memories of my previous life." The martial Tao Prime Body nodded to himself. As long as she retained the memories of her previous life, from a certain perspective, Consort Yu was not truly dead. Or rather, this was just her rebirth. Consort Yu took out a bright red flower from her consciousness and said in confusion, "I've seen this Permitha flower on both sides of the Netherworld's Yellow Springs Road. I heard that the Permitha flower only grows on both sides of the Yellow Springs Road. As such, I wonder why there was one of these in Tianhuang mainland." Chapter 2669, 2669 Nine Springs Hell Sutra. 2669 Nine Springs Hell Sutra. Consort Yu's words resolved many questions in the heart of the martial Tao Prime Body and unveiled a corner of the mysterious veil of the Hell world at the same time. The so-called transformation was not them being born out of thin air. Instead, it was a life form evolved from the souls of all living beings that entered the Hell world after they died and borrowed the power of the Nine Springs of Hell. Although the ancient Nether race in the Hell world could not reproduce, as long as living beings died and entered the Netherworld and Hell, there would be an endless stream of ancient Nether race beings born. The martial Tao Prime Body pondered for a moment and asked, "Since the souls of the Netherworld can pass through the six paths and enter the Hell world, can the living beings of the Hell world head to the Netherworld?" "No." Consort Yu shook her head. "Up till now, I've never heard of a path that can connect to the other worlds from the Hell world. The Netherworld and Hell world are two independent worlds. To be precise, the minor kiliacosms, medium kiliacosms, Netherworld and six paths are independent. However, there's a certain connection between them." The martial Tao Prime Body nodded to himself. When living beings of minor kiliacosms cultivated to a certain realm, they could ascend to a medium kiliacosm of a higher level. As for the living beings of the minor and medium kiliacosms, after they died, their souls could enter the Netherworld. In the Netherworld, souls could enter the Hell world or the other five paths through the six paths of reincarnation. The martial Tao Prime Body asked, "If living beings in the minor and medium kiliacosms die and their souls enter the Netherworld, they will enter the six paths of reincarnation. Can we follow this lead and find the whereabouts of these souls?" The reason why the martial Tao Prime Body asked that was because he thought of his eldest brother, Su Hong, and Ji Yaoxue. "That's impossible." Consort Yu shook her head. "Think about it. There are billions of minor kiliacosms and 3,000 medium kiliacosms. There are countless living beings and countless souls returning to the Netherworld at every moment. How can we find them? Furthermore, after these souls were baptized by the Yellow Springs and lost their memories, they were completely cut off from their previous lives. If they experienced a few more reincarnations, it would be even more impossible to investigate." The martial Tao Prime Body was silent. He knew in his heart that Consort Yu was right. At every moment, countless souls would enter the Netherworld. Su Hong had already died for many years. His soul must have long entered the six paths after arriving at the Netherworld and achieved reincarnation with his current whereabouts unknown. As for Ji Yaoxue, up till now, the martial Tao Prime Body did not know what had happened to her. Ji Yaoxue had once passed away in his arms. However, in the end, Ji Yaoxue's corpse vanished into thin air in the coffin. The martial Tao Prime Body had once thought that he might be able to find some clues in the Netherworld. From the looks of it, even if he could enter the Netherworld, he would probably not be able to find anything. How did you come to the hell world? Consort Yu had a puzzled expression and asked, from the looks of it, you don't look like you were born from the 9 springs of hell. I was pushed down an abyss in a secret ground and arrived here. The martial Tao prime body described the entire process briefly. At the mention of that, he was still puzzled. Who was the old monk guarding the tomb? What did he have to do with the hell world? What was the old monk's motive for pushing him down? Consort Yu was confused about that as well. It was clear that she had never heard of the old monk guarding the tomb or Avicii. Your cultivation isn't slow. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao prime body swept past Consort Yu and he changed the topic. Consort Yu's cultivation was equivalent to a heaven immortal of the heavenly world and was similar to the other old friends of Tianhuang mainland. Consort Yu smiled. I transformed in the Hell Frost Springs and gained the bloodline of the ancient nether race as well as the cultivation technique of it. In the dark and sinister hell world, Consort Yu was much happier now that she was with an old friend from Tianhuang mainland. Unknowingly, a smile appeared on her face. In addition, the ancient nether race can cultivate a taboo mystic classic, the 9 Springs Hell Sutra. Consort Yu added. Taboo mystic classic? The expression of the martial Tao prime body changed. Only cultivation techniques cultivated, created, perfected and passed down by great emperors could be called taboo mystic classic. How could a taboo mystic classic be cultivated casually by ancient nether race beings? When Consort Yu saw the strange expression on the martial Tao prime body's face, she said, to be precise, it's only one section of the 9 Springs Hell Sutra, the Frost Spring section. Although it's only a single section and is not at the level of a taboo mystic classic, it can still be considered the best cultivation technique. The martial Tao prime body asked, in that case, the 9 Springs Hell Sutra should have 9 sections corresponding to the 9 Springs of Hell? Consort Yu nodded. Every section is beside their respective hell spring water. The ancient nether race of Frost Springs Hell can only cultivate the Frost Spring section. If they cultivate the other sections at the same time, there will be a huge problem. At best, their cultivation will dissipate. At worst, they might even die. I heard that before the Dharma ending era, apart from the Lord of Hell, there were also some living beings of Hell who could cultivate many sections. However, ever since the Lord of Hell died, no one has been able to cultivate multiple sections. The martial Tao prime body asked, why? Consort Yu replied, it said that apart from the 9 sections, there's also the most important general section that combines and condenses the 9 sections. Only by mastering this general section can one cultivate the complete taboo mystic classic. This general section was engraved on an ancient mirror that the Lord of Hell carried with him. Ever since he died, the ancient mirror was lost as well. As time passed, this general section was gradually lost. When he heard that, the martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat. He took out the netherworld treasure mirror and handed it to Consort Yu. This is... Consort Yu probed. The martial Tao prime body said, an ancient mirror I picked up in Avicii. It's rather evil and might be the ancient mirror of the Lord of Hell back then. However, the general section you mentioned is not on this ancient mirror. The martial Tao prime body turned the ancient mirror to the back. There are only 3 words on the back of the ancient mirror, netherworld treasure mirror. Nothing else apart from that. Just as the martial Tao prime body flipped the netherworld treasure mirror around, his palm brushed past the edge of the ancient mirror and he felt a pain in his palm. It was bleeding. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body froze. How strong was his physique? When the true martial Tao body was cultivated to perfection, even ordinary grotto heaven spirit treasures could not injure him at all. Right now, the edge of the ancient mirror had inadvertently injured his palm. That was not all. Just as the martial Tao prime body was about to place the ancient mirror aside to check on the wound, a powerful devouring power burst forth from the edge of the ancient mirror. The netherworld treasure mirror seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty weapon as it gulped down the bloodline of the martial Tao prime body along the wound like it was thirsty. Humph. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body flashed coldly and he flung it, wanting to throw the netherworld treasure mirror down. However, it was as though the netherworld treasure mirror had already grown in his wound. The edge of the ancient mirror was embedded into the wound and even went deeper. The martial Tao prime body could clearly sense that his bloodline was being plundered crazily by the netherworld treasure mirror at an astonishing speed. If he could not stop this process, he would probably be sucked into a dried corpse in a dozen breaths. Chapter 2672 Mystic Classics. 2672 Mystic Classics. The martial Tao prime body summoned the hell suppression tripod and smashed it towards the netherworld treasure mirror. Clang! There was a loud bang. The hell suppression tripod collided with the netherworld treasure mirror and a sanguine light appeared on the mirror of the netherworld treasure mirror, emitting an extremely evil and filthy power. Instantly, the hell suppression tripod bounced off and enveloped the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat. The evil and filthy power was extremely powerful and even the perfected true martial Tao body could not withstand it. The dermic Tao runes contained in his bones and body showed signs of dissipating. To think that the martial Tao prime body would be dragged into danger by the evil ancient mirror before he could encounter any powerful opponents in Frost Springs Hell. The martial Tao prime body did not have time to think. He summoned his soul lantern and released the martial spirit fire, igniting it. The soul lantern burned and was filled with a golden halo, dispelling the evil and filthy power in the surroundings. The martial Tao prime body wielded the soul lantern and placed it beneath the netherworld treasure mirror, burning it with the flames of the soul lantern. Ah! A tragic cry sounded from the netherworld treasure mirror. Immediately after, the netherworld treasure mirror shuddered and fell from the wound on the palm of the martial Tao prime body, becoming silent once more. The martial Tao prime body heaved a sigh of relief. There was a high chance that the reaction of the netherworld treasure mirror was caused by the weapon spirit. The awakening of this weapon spirit should have been triggered by the endless grotto heaven powers absorbed during the battle in the North Ridge. After the weapon spirit awakened, it made use of the netherworld treasure mirror to devour essence blood crazily. Earlier on, the weapon spirit even harbored designs on the martial Tao prime body. The soul lantern possessed an extremely terrifying lethality towards spirit bodies and souls. Therefore, although the martial Tao prime body could not injure the netherworld treasure mirror after summoning the soul lantern, it caused immense damage to the weapon spirit. The martial Tao prime body roasted the netherworld treasure mirror with the soul lantern for a while more. The netherworld treasure mirror was silent and did not react anymore. It was as though the weapon spirit had already been destroyed by the soul lantern. The martial Tao prime body extinguished the soul lantern and put it away before picking up the netherworld treasure mirror again. This time round, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. It was as though he had already established a faint connection with the netherworld treasure mirror. The martial Tao prime body speculated that the appearance of this feeling might be related to the netherworld treasure mirror devouring his bloodline earlier on. He tried to activate it a few more times but there was no reaction from the netherworld treasure mirror. Up till now, he still did not know what use the ancient mirror had and how to activate it. However, this time round, when his spirit consciousness surged into the netherworld treasure mirror, he seemed to have sensed something. With a thought, dense strange runes appeared slowly on the mirror of the netherworld treasure mirror. There are words. Consort Yu looked at the strange runes on the netherworld treasure mirror and exclaimed softly, "It's the nether language." The martial Tao prime body took a look. The strange runes on the netherworld treasure mirror clearly came from the same source as the words in the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra that the Green Lotus true body had shown him. This is the nether language? The martial Tao prime body asked. Consort Yu nodded and paused for a moment before shaking her head. I don't know the details either. However, the living beings of hell call them nether language. The 9 Springs Hell Sutra is written in such words. The martial Tao Prime Body asked again, can you understand the nether language? Yes. Consort Yu nodded. She had transformed in the Hell Frost Springs and stayed in Frost Springs Hell for thousands of years, so she was already proficient in such strange runes. Consort Yu looked at the strange runes on the Netherworld treasure mirror and said excitedly, this is the general section of the 9 Springs Hell Sutra. Put it away quickly and don't show it to anyone. The martial Tao Prime Body said casually, it's fine. Take a look as you please. Consort Yu's heart skipped a beat as she glanced at the martial Tao Prime Body quickly before retracting her gaze. The general section could sort out the 9 sections of the Hell Sutra and contained the core Dharmic Tao of that secret manual. It's no small deal. Back then, only the Lord of Hell was in control of the general section. If the other Hell Lords made great contributions, they could obtain a reward from the Lord of Hell and he would impart a few sentences from the general section to them. Even so, it was enough for those Hell Lords to benefit endlessly. But now, the person before her did not hide anything and allowed her to read the Secret Skill Sutra as she pleased. Consort Yu's heart could not help but stir. Right then, the martial Tao Prime Body continued, after you're done reading, you can explain to me the meaning of the nether language. So that's his intention. Consort Yu thought to herself with a look of disappointment. She abandoned those distracting thoughts and gathered her attention before long to read the general section of the Netherworld treasure mirror. As she read it herself, she explained the nether language on the Netherworld treasure mirror to the martial Tao Prime Body word by word. It took Consort Yu an entire night to finish annotating the general section. This night was a huge drain on her spirit as well. The Dharmic Tao contained in the general section was indeed incomparably profound. If she wanted to comprehend the essence of it, she would need some time to figure it out. Of course, this general section allowed her future cultivation path to suddenly become incomparably broad and bright. If she had the chance in the future to obtain the other 8 sections of the Hell Sutra, it would be equivalent to her obtaining the complete 9 Springs Hell Sutra. The cultivation realm of the martial Tao Prime Body was even higher. He had read many high-grade cultivation techniques and even a few taboo mystic classics. Given his judgment and talent, he naturally benefited even more overnight. Initially, he had doubts about whether the 9 Springs Hell Sutra was a taboo mystic classic. However, after reading the general section, he was almost certain that the 9 Springs Hell Sutra was a taboo mystic classic. The Dharmic Tao contained in the sutra was exquisite and only taboo mystic classics could reach that level. In that case, the Lord of Hell of the past should have cultivated to the level of a great emperor. Of course, the martial Tao Prime Body did not only obtain the general sutra of a taboo mystic classic overnight. Through Consort Yu's explanation, he understood a lot more about the nether language. There were only 600-odd words in the 2 sections of the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. Right now, the martial Tao Prime Body could already read the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra on his own. The martial Tao Prime Body merely browsed through it briefly and felt that the 600-odd words in the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra were even more profound. Every single word and sentence seemed to contain some maxim of the great Tao. If one pondered for a moment, they would be able to comprehend other Dharmic Taos with endless profundities. The Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra seemed to be of a higher level than the 9 Springs Hell Sutra. At the very least, it was a taboo mystic classic as well. Right. As though she had recalled something, Consort Yu said with a grim expression, if word gets out about today's battle, the experts of the other 8 hells won't sit idly by. Yes. The thoughts of the martial Tao Prime Body were focused on the 2 cultivation technique sutras as he replied distractedly. In fact, I suspect that the 8 hells will join forces to deal with you. Afraid that the martial Tao Prime Body did not know the pros and cons, Consort Yu continued, didn't you see Tang Kong's bitter expression when you made him Hell Lord Frost Springs? He must have realized the consequences of this matter as well. You can't be careless. Chapter 2671, 2671 Hell Frost Springs. 2671 Hell Frost Springs. The martial Tao Prime Body pondered in silence. If the 8 hells joined forces, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Previously, when he killed Hell Lord Frost Springs, he caught the latter off guard and made use of the Hell Suppression Tripod. If the combat strength of the 8 Hell Lords was comparable to Hell Lord Frost Springs, once they joined forces, it would be difficult for him to defend even if he summoned the Hell Suppression Tripod. The Netherworld Treasure Mirror was too evil and he did not know how to activate it. The Soul Lantern was extremely harmful to the essence spirit and soul. However, it was difficult for the Soul Lantern to cause direct damage to the various Hell Lords who possessed actual bodies and bloodlines. Furthermore, there was an invisible danger hidden in his Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. Every time he released the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, his spirit perception would warn him. If this danger could not be resolved, he had to be careful in the future battles and could not casually summon the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. Fortunately, there were no Emperor Realm experts in the Hell world under the envelopment of the Dharma Ending Era. If he could take the most critical step in his martial Tao, he would not be afraid even if the 8 Hell Lords joined forces. The martial Tao Prime Body asked, is there a place here where I can enter seclusion? Right now, the most important thing for him was to make the best use of his time and cultivate in seclusion. He had to absorb and digest the 2 sutras he had just obtained and perfect the next step of the martial Tao. After all, the 8 hells had been independent for many years. It was not easy for all that power to join forces within a short period of time. This was an opportunity for the martial Tao Prime Body. Consort Yu said, beside the Hell Frost Springs, there are a few secret chambers where the Hell Lord used to cultivate. There are array formations and restrictions engraved outside that prevent others from approaching. The Nether Chi beside the Frost Springs is also the richest and you can better absorb the power of the Hell Frost Springs. Alright. The martial Tao Prime Body nodded. It was a good opportunity for him to experience the legendary 9 springs of hell that possessed strange powers. Consort Yu sped into the depths of the hall with the martial Tao Prime Body. The closer they were to the back of the hall, the colder the temperature became. The surrounding hall was clearly covered in a layer of frost. By the way, there's one more thing. Consort Yu reminded, the Frost Springs exudes a bone-chilling coldness and has an obvious suppression on living beings of other bloodlines. It's the most harmful to aquatic living beings. As an ancient nether race being, Consort Yu was born from the Frost Springs and was resistant to the Hell Frost Springs. However, other living beings of Hell could not approach at all. The martial Tao Prime Body remained silent. As the 2 of them went deeper and the temperature decreased, Consort Yu was fine. However, she was surprised to discover that the martial Tao Prime Body could move freely as well, as though he was not affected at all. On the contrary, when she stood beside the martial Tao Prime Body, she could still sense that there was a gigantic walking furnace beside her that was warm and extremely comfortable. Even ancient nether race beings from the other hells had to release grotto heavens to defend against the chill. The 2 of them passed through a long passageway and before long, their vision cleared up. What entered their vision was a gigantic lake that was filled with mist and transformed into various living beings in midair. At the center of the lake, a water stream the size of a well could be seen surging continuously. Broop, broop. The spring water flowed towards the surroundings, creating ripples that formed the gigantic Frost Springs lake. If he was not wrong, the surging water in the middle of the lake should be the eye of the Hell Frost Springs. The martial Tao Prime Body swept his gaze and realized that he could vaguely see traces of the mud beneath his feet being submerged by the Frost Springs previously. Consort Yu explained, I heard that before the Dharma Ending Era of Hell, the water flowing in the frost springs was much larger than what we saw before. The lake formed was also several times larger than the one before us and could drown more than half of this main hull. Later on, the world shattered, the great Tao was damaged and the laws were incomplete. As a result, the frost springs gradually dried up and the lake shrank, resulting in its current state. The martial Tao prime body looked at the hell frost springs before him in deep thought. The nether chi around the hell frost springs was indeed the densest. In other words, it was not an exaggeration to call it the center of frost springs hell. Its use and status might be even more important than the builder tree to the heavenly world. In the heavenly world, the builder tree could gather heaven and earth essence chi and form a regional continent suitable for all kinds of living beings to cultivate. As for the hell frost springs before him, it could be said to be the source of the nether chi in frost springs hell. The spring water was different from the builder tree. The builder tree grew in the central area of the heavenly world and was motionless. As for the spring water, it flowed continuously and traced its source. There had to be a spring on the other side of the frost springs. The eye of the hell frost springs was right in front of the martial Tao prime body. In that case, where was the source of the spring? The martial Tao prime body was curious as to what kind of spring source could evolve into such dense nether chi. The powerful power even nourished the spring water of the entire frost springs hell. The martial Tao prime body stepped forward and arrived at the side of the frost springs lake. The temperature by the lake was even lower. Even with the terrifying blood chi of the martial Tao prime body, he could feel a needle-like chilliness on his body. His eyebrows and long hair were covered in a layer of frost. He looked towards the frost springs lake and narrowed his eyes slightly. Through the layers of coldness, one could vaguely see balls of light of various shapes floating in the lake, nurturing different living beings. There were humans, demons, giants, and dragons. At a glance, there were countless living beings of the 10,000 races. Those balls of light were like fetal membranes. The living beings in the fetal membranes were souls that had entered the hell Tao. The souls soaked in the water of the frost springs and absorbed the power of the hell frost springs continuously, using that power to gradually derive flesh and blood to obtain new life. The souls that had just entered the frost springs lake sank to the bottom of the lake. As time passed, these souls absorbed enough power and regained their bodies. When they were about to wake up, they would float up. That scene looked a little strange and hair-raising. There were also some guards guarding the frost springs lake. The guards already knew the outcome of the battle outside and looked at the martial Tao prime body with fear. Consort Yu explained, these are the escort guards of the ancient nether race who guard this place. For the transformed ancient nether race, guards will guide them and impart the Tao to awaken their bloodlines before letting them head over to cultivate the frost springs section. Following Consort Yu's gaze, the martial Tao prime body saw a tall stele standing beside the frost springs lake. There were dense words engraved on it, all of them strange runes. The martial Tao prime body approached and read the frost springs section from top to bottom. He first read the general section of the 9 Springs Hell Sutra before reading the frost springs section. It was much smoother and some obscure points became easy to understand. The martial Tao prime body memorized the frost springs section again before arriving at a secret cultivation chamber at the side under Consort Yu's guidance. Although it was called a secret chamber, it was actually rather spacious and was equivalent to a rather large cave abode. There were many miscellaneous items inside. The martial Tao prime body gave Consort Yu a few more instructions before entering seclusion in the secret chamber to cultivate. This seclusion was extremely important. It would be a leap of a major realm that determined the upper limit of the martial Tao in the future. Chapter 2672, 2672 Opportunity. 2672 Opportunity. It had been 10 days since the 9 firmament meet. During this period of time, the news of desolate marshal of the fiend domain causing a ruckus at the 9 firmament meet spread through the heavenly world and caused a huge commotion. Almost everyone in the heavenly world knew that a new fiend had been born in the fiend domain. At the 9 firmament meet, he suppressed the immortal kings of the 2 domains and even alarmed the emperor experts of the 2 domains. This matter had even spread to the heavenly world, and the living beings and experts of the other worlds had heard of it. The news of the 9 firmament meet spread continuously in the heavenly world and attracted countless discussions. No one knew that the instigator of this matter, desolate marshal of the fiend domain, had already fallen into the hell world and was completely isolated from the medium kiliacosm. As for the green lotus true body, he cultivated in seclusion in the battle kingdom of the green firmament immortal domain in search of an opportunity to break through. At the 9 firmament meet, Su Zimo made use of the builder tree, and the green lotus true body had already absorbed enough energy essence to support him in condensing his Tao fruit and advancing to the perfected one realm. However, it was far more difficult for him to become a perfected immortal than other cultivators and living beings. That was because the green lotus true body had cultivated many completely different dharmic Taos. Furthermore, the power of every dharmic Tao was extremely strong. Almost all of them were comprehended after cultivating taboo mystic classics and could not be assimilated and devoured by other dharmic Taos. As the human monarch and immortal Queen Ling Long had said, if not for the fact that he was the creation green lotus, his body and essence spirit would not have been able to contain so many dharmic Taos and would have exploded long ago. Due to the creation green lotus, be it the immortal, Buddhist, fiend or demon Taos, they were all his creations and opportunities. Before reaching the perfected one realm, he did not encounter much trouble. However, if he wanted to advance to the perfected one realm, he had to condense a Tao fruit. The Tao fruit was condensed from the essence and profoundness of one's dharmic Tao and could be said to be the culmination of his skills. However, the 4 different dharmic Taos of the immortal, Buddhist, fiend and demon Taos would face immense repulsion and conflict once he attempted to condense a Tao fruit. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Su Zimo needed an opportunity. If it was before this, it would be difficult for him to obtain this opportunity in a short period of time. He might not be able to take that step even in 10 years or 100,000 years, let alone 10 days. However, immortal Queen Ling Long's guidance and translation of the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra was too helpful to him. Given his current cultivation, he could not comprehend his own dharmic Tao from the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. Even so, he had obtained many insights from the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra for the past 10 days. All things in the world possessed the dharmic Tao of Yin and Yang. There were equivalent embodiments of everything. Heaven and earth, the sun and moon, day and night, cold and heat, motion and stillness, opening and closing, life and death. Yin and Yang was the Tao of heaven and earth and the outline of all living beings. It was the beginning of life and death where the gods took residence. If he wanted to condense the dharmic Taos of the immortal, Buddhist, fiend and demon Taos into a Tao fruit, he had to supplement it with the Tao of Yin and Yang and fuse the 2 opposing powers into a single unity. In the cave abode, Su Zimo suddenly opened his eyes. His left eye was pitch black and his right was pure white. The 2 nether illumination stones seemed to have transformed into Yin and Yang as they flashed through his eyes. Su Zimo floated down from his seat. At the entrance of the cave abode, Lin Luo woke up from her cultivation when she heard the commotion inside and stood up. For the past few days, she had been protecting Su Zimo here. If Su Zimo had any instructions, she could help at any time. How's everything? Lin Luo looked at Su Zimo with a hint of anticipation. The 2 of them had the same cultivation realm. However, she had yet to find an opportunity to break through. Su Zimo did not say anything and merely nodded. Lin Luo was smart and instantly understood what Su Zimo meant. Her eyes lit up. I'll inform Mother right away. She pushed open the cave abode and was about to send a message when Lin Zhan's figure suddenly appeared not far away. Luoer, what's wrong? For the past few days, Lin Luo was not the only one. Lin Zhan did not go far either. He presided over the vicinity while Su Zimo cultivated. Su Zimo bowed to Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan's face was clearly much rosier than 10 days ago. The Yinyang Talisman Sutra was indeed a strange book. In just 10 days, it had a considerable effect on Lin Zhan's injuries. Of course, after all, the time was too short. Lin Zhan's injuries had yet to recover and he was not at his past peak. Before Lin Luo could speak, Lin Zhan swept his gaze across Su Zimo and sensed the immense energy that was about to spew out from his body. This was a sign that he was about to break through. Good, good, good. Lin Zhan nodded repeatedly. Ling Long has been setting up an immortal formation for the past few days to block the detection of auras. Follow me. Lin Zhan tore through the void with Su Zimo and Lin Luo and descended into a valley. This is the territory of the Battle Kingdom and is uninhabited within a radius of 500 kilometers. Lin Zhan explained, with the help of the immortal formation and Ling Long casting dermic arts to help you conceal the heavenly secrets, you will be able to undergo tribulation transcendence here without attracting the attention of anyone. It'll help you hide from the world. Thank you, seniors. Su Zimo bowed in thanks. This was of utmost importance to him. The tussle between him and the mastermind had long begun. Prior to this, he was passive in every aspect and was in the open. In fact, he did not even know who was manipulating his fate. But now, with the help of the human monarch and immortal Queen Ling Long, he could take the initiative in this tussle. Right then, immortal Queen Ling Long sensed the commotion and approached as well. Lin Lei followed behind her. Both of them looked pale and their auras were weak. In order to set up this immortal formation for 10 days, immortal Queen Ling Long and Lin Lei clearly expended a lot of energy. Su Zimo was grateful and thanked her once more. He looked at Lin Lei and cupped his fists as well. Brother Lin, thank you. Lin Lei nodded and said indifferently, there's no need to thank me. If not for the Sriracha fruit and 9 revolutions yang reversion pill you gave my younger sister back then, I wouldn't have bothered to help you. Su Zimo smiled and did not say anything. Immortal Queen Ling Long frowned slightly and shook her head helplessly, thinking to herself, child, if you knew that you and Luoer were saved by him in Langfeng City of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain back then, I wonder how ashamed you would be now. This matter involved Su Zimo's secret and immortal Queen Ling Long could not explain it. She could only roll her eyes at Lin Lei. Immortal Queen Ling Long turned to look at Su Zimo and said gently, Zimo, this immortal formation has already been set up. Just focus on tribulation transcendence here and don't have any reservations. What you have to do is deal with the perfected one heavenly tribulation properly and not be careless. Lin Zhan also reminded, the perfected one heavenly tribulation is no small matter, especially from the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation onwards, it will produce a qualitative increase and its power will increase exponentially. You have to be careful. Lin Zhan glared at Lin Lei again. Back then, when Layer underwent the perfected one heavenly tribulation, he was almost struck to death by the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation. At the mention of this, Lin Lei's face flushed red. Lin Lei could not stand being scolded by his father in front of others and did not dare to retort. He could only mutter softly, let's talk about it if he even attracts the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Generally speaking, the stronger one's talent and potential were, the more terrifying the perfected one heavenly tribulation would be. Thunder Monarch Feng Cantian and Human Monarch Lin Zhan had once attracted the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Lin Lei and Immortal Queen Ling Long both received the baptism of the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation in the past. Those that could attract the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation were already rare paragons. Chapter 2673, 2673 Perfected One Heavenly Tribulation. 2673 Perfected One Heavenly Tribulation. The two of you can go back. Immortal Queen Ling Long glanced at Lin Lei and Lin Luo and suddenly said. Su Zimo's tribulation transcendence this time round was no small matter. During the process of resisting the heavenly tribulation, the bloodline of the creation Green Lotus would definitely be exposed. Of course, Immortal Queen Ling Long believed in her two children. However, this matter concerned Su Zimo's life and safety. The fewer people who knew, the better. Lin Lei did not say anything. He was not interested in Su Zimo's tribulation transcendence to begin with. A look of disappointment flashed through Lin Luo's eyes. She had also cultivated to become a grade 9 heaven immortal, but she did not sense the opportunity to break through. To her, Su Zimo's perfected one heavenly tribulation was not only a rare experience, it might also allow her to gain some insights and find an opportunity to break through. Su Zimo's expression changed. Sensing the change in Lin Luo's emotions, he could not help but smile. Seniors, let them stay here and watch. Well. Immortal Queen Ling Long was a little hesitant. Su Zimo shook his head gently, indicating that it was fine. He could tell what Immortal Queen Ling Long was worried about. However, he had a feeling that after today's tribulation transcendence, his Green Lotus bloodline might not be able to remain hidden. Even if the mastermind did not attack, he would choose to lay his cards on the table. Furthermore, for the past few days, Lin Luo had been guarding him in the cave abode while Lin Lei set up an array formation here. Letting them watch from the side could be considered repayment for the two of them. Immortal Queen Ling Long was overjoyed to obtain Su Zimo's agreement. The tribulation transcendence of the creation Green Lotus was rare in history and was bound to be a great wonder since the ancient times. No one knew what would happen. However, what was certain was that if Lin Lei and Lin Luo could watch from the side, it would definitely be an opportunity that could only be chanced upon by luck. Aren't you going to thank him? Immortal Queen Ling Long reminded from the side. Lin Luo cupped his fists at Su Zimo happily. Brother Su, thank you. What's there to thank him for? Lin Lei was puzzled and pouted. What's there to see? It's not like I haven't passed the perfected one heavenly tribulation before. Humph. Lin Zhan swept his gaze and said coldly, back in the Fiend domain, the Thunder Monarch was lucky enough to witness desolate Marshall undergo tribulation transcendence and was able to enter the Grotto Heaven to be bestowed the title of king. What do you mean what's there to see? Can you compare to the Thunder Monarch? Lin Lei was the most afraid of his father. After being reprimanded by Lin Zhan, he did not dare to retort and remained silent. However, he did not think much of it and lamented internally, I can't compare to Senior Thunder Monarch, but Su Zimo isn't desolate Marshall either. At that moment, Su Zimo had already arrived at the center of the valley. Human Monarch Lin Zhan, Immortal Queen Ling Long, Lin Lei and Lin Luo retreated one after another and arrived at the peak of a mountain at the edge of the valley, watching from afar. Bang! Boom! The moment Su Zimo stood still, a deep and rumbling thunder sounded from the skies, as though countless gods were driving chariots that were approaching slowly from the firmaments. A moment ago, the sky was clear and cloudless. The next moment, countless dark clouds floated over and condensed continuously, spinning slowly, forming a gigantic black cloud vortex above the valley. As time passed by, the color of the cloud vortex darkened and changed violently, as though ink could drip from it. Red lightning bolts were already faintly visible in the black clouds. Massive and dense black clouds covered the skies and the entire valley seemed to be enveloped in a gloomy black. Space seemed to have frozen and the atmosphere was oppressive. An immense might lingered in the world and everything was silent. Lin Lei frowned slightly. Although it was only the first level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation, he could clearly sense that the first level was much stronger and more terrifying than the one he experienced back then. It seems a little stronger than the one Big Brother faced back then. Lin Luo whispered as well. Crack. The moment she said that, the first heavenly tribulation descended. A scarlet bolt of lightning descended from the skies and tore through the night, landing on Su Zimo's body in a blinding manner. Boom! Su Zimo stood on the spot motionlessly, letting the scarlet lightning strike his head as his body was surrounded by electric arcs. He bathed in the lightning and used the perfected one heavenly tribulation to temper his green lotus true body crazily. During this process, the green lotus true body grew rapidly as well and advanced towards grade 12. To Su Zimo, transcending the perfected one heavenly tribulation was not only about condensing the Tao fruit. His green lotus true body would also be reborn in this heavenly tribulation and grow to its peak, completely mature. To use the heavenly tribulation to cleanse and temper one's body, one would only have the confidence if their physique and bloodline were strong enough. In Su Zimo's eyes, the perfected one heavenly tribulation was not a killing calamity but a huge opportunity. The green lotus true body could only transform completely after bathing in lightning and enduring the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. Boom! 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 There were a total of 9 heavenly tribulations in the first level. Each one was stronger than the other and was filled with a ferocious might. The first heavenly tribulation was only as thick as a baby's arm. By the 9th bolt, it had already transformed into a scarlet sea of lightning that surged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo stood unmoved in the sea. Not only did his aura not weaken at all, it was rising continuously. When the lightning sea faded and the first level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation ended, Lin Lei and Lin Luo could clearly see that Su Zimo was unharmed. He did not move a single finger right from the beginning. How powerful! Lin Luo heaved a sigh of relief and praised. It's all right. Lin Lei nodded as well. Sister, do you still remember that back when I transcended the perfected one heavenly tribulation, I relied on my physique and bloodline to survive the first 3 levels of the heavenly tribulation? Lin Lei did not say it explicitly, but his meaning was clear. He wanted to prove that he was stronger than Su Zimo. Of course, Lin Luo understood. She smiled and did not say anything. As the two of them spoke, the second level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation had already descended. Yellow lightning fell continuously with a tremendous might that shook the world. The first, second, 9th. The 9th heavenly tribulation of the second level had already transformed into a golden sea of lightning that shone with a blinding golden light that pierced through the void, as though it wanted to destroy the entire valley. Su Zimo was still motionless, as though his feet had already taken root deep underground. No matter how the sea of lightning struck and how great the tsunami was, it could not destroy him. After the second level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation ended, as though it sensed that it could not pose any threat to Su Zimo, the third level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation descended quickly without giving Su Zimo any chance to catch his breath. Green lightning struck one after another. The bloodline in the green lotus true body circulated continuously and absorbed the surrounding lightning crazily, like a whale swallowing a cow. Every single bone in Su Zimo's body began to flash with electric arcs. Enveloped by the heavenly tribulation and washed by the lightning, he closed his eyes and multitasked. He even began to cultivate the Void Thunder Manual and used the power of the heavenly tribulation to temper his body and bones once more, changing his blood through marrow cleansing. Cultivating a cultivation technique during the tribulation transcendence could be said to be unprecedented. In the blink of an eye, the third level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation dissipated. Su Zimo stood on the spot the entire time without moving or even opening his eyes. Lin Lei gradually frowned. Back then, although he relied on his physique and bloodline to survive the first 3 levels and a total of 27 heavenly tribulations, he was also in a sorry state and was covered in injuries. He was not as calm as how Su Zimo was now. Those who did not know better would think that this person had fallen asleep during the tribulation transcendence. Lin Luo glanced at Lin Lei with a faint smile. By now, the difference between the two of them was obvious. Chapter 2674, 2674 Opening his eyes to break the lightning tribulation. 2674 Opening his eyes to break the lightning tribulation. The fourth level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation accumulated. Blue lightning intertwined and condensed into a gigantic beam of light that descended from the skies and smashed onto Su Zimo. Against the fourth level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation, Su Zimo still did not choose to use any divine powers, secret skills or divine weapons. He closed his eyes the entire time and bathed in lightning, tempering his body with the heavenly tribulation. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled deafeningly. Under the continuous bombardment, in the blink of an eye, the ninth heavenly tribulation of the fourth level had already condensed. In the sky above the valley, an azure sea had already formed and surged, as though it wanted to destroy everything in the world. It washed over the figure in the middle of the valley continuously, wanting to destroy it. However, the figure stood at the bottom of the deep sea motionlessly. The aura in his body was still rising continuously and getting stronger. This seemed to be a provocation to the heavenly tribulation. Lin Lei pursed his lips tightly and remained silent. He knew very well the power of the fourth level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation. Back then, he survived the fourth level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation entirely because of the divine weapon his father forged for him. Bang! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the fifth level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation descended. Purple lightning surged over and the lightning was world-shaking. Purple light filled the world and it was bedazzling. Among the four people watching from afar, Lin Luo's cultivation realm was the lowest. She felt her vision burn and there was only endless purple light left. She could not even see Su Zimo's figure. Even though she was standing at the edge of the valley, she could still sense the terror of the purple lightning tide in the valley. Lin Luo was secretly shocked. Given her condition, even if she broke through now, it would be difficult for her to survive the fifth level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation. The experience of watching from the sidelines made Lin Luo realize her shortcomings. Instead, she calmed down and was no longer in a hurry to find an opportunity to break through. She was prepared to continue cultivating and sharpen her dermic Dao. Finally, the purple lightning tide retreated. Lin Luo focused her gaze. Su Zimo was still standing in the distance without moving. Even the vegetation around him was destroyed by the purple lightning tide and the sand and soil were charred. However, he was still dressed in green robes and was spotless. He took on the first 5 levels of the perfected one heavenly tribulations with just his physique and bloodline. Immortal Queen Ling Long looked at Lin Zhan and said softly, "Back then, you seem to have done the same." Lin Zhan shook his head gently. "Back then, in order to temper my body, I chose to undergo tribulation transcendence with my own body. However, I could only last until the 5th level at most. My skin and flesh were lacerated by the heavenly tribulation and I was mangled. It was far from as easy as him. In my opinion, with his physique and bloodline, it won't be a problem for him to take on the 6th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation head-on." When he heard that, Lin Lei's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he said, "Previously, there were rumors that Su Zimo was a member of the dragon race and possessed the bloodline of the dragon race. Could that be true?" According to what he knew, among the living beings of the 10,000 races, only a few races such as the God race and the Dragon race could survive the 5th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation with their bodies. Furthermore, they had to be peerless monster incarnates of their races. Rumors can't be trusted. Immortal Queen Ling Long said indifferently. As they spoke, the 6th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation had already descended. The grey lightning was mixed with a deathly aura and life was destroyed wherever it passed. Gray lightning bolts descended one after another, as though they were not heavenly tribulations but scythes from the netherworld that harvested life. The gray lightning struck Su Zimo's body with a series of loud bangs. Right in front of the four of them, Su Zimo finally moved. However, he merely swayed slightly before returning to normal. Su Zimo still did not open his eyes. Ever since the tribulation transcendence, he had stood there and allowed the heavenly tribulation to attack him one after another. He stood tall like a god who controlled lightning. Even though the sixth level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation was about to end, Su Zimo was not injured at all. Not to mention that they had never seen or heard of such a tribulation transcendence method, even Lin Zhan and immortal Queen Ling Long did not dare to imagine it with their knowledge. As expected of the creation Green Lotus. The two of them looked at each other and lamented. Suddenly, Lin Luo said, "Brother Su, will he attract the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation?" The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Upon hearing those words, Lin Lei was shocked and said immediately, "How is that possible? The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation might not even appear in 1,000,000 years in the heavenly world. Back then, even Father only faced the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, how powerful is the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation? Throughout history, according to ancient records, more than half of the paragons and monster incarnates died under the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. If a 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation is truly provoked by him, he might end up dying instead. In reality, Lin Lei could tell that given the current situation, the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation was clearly not Su Zimo's limit. From that point of view, Su Zimo had already surpassed him. Bang! Boom! The 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation was condensed and the color of the lightning was even darker. It had already turned pitch black and emitted a shuddering aura. Lin Lei clenched his fists instinctively. Although he had already undergone the tribulation transcendence many years ago, the sight of the black lightning still evoked some fear in the depths of his memories. Back then, he truly had a slim chance of survival against the impact of the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation. He knew very well how terrifying the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation was. Lin Lei believed that Su Zimo could not defend against the impact of the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation with just his body and bloodline. Boom! The first heavenly tribulation of the 7th level descended. The pitch-black lightning was like a black spear that was indestructible and unstoppable. Su Zimo remained motionless and did not even open his eyes. Just as the black spear was about to pierce the top of his head, he suddenly extended a finger and collided with the black spear. When the spearhead collided with the fingertip, the world trembled. A visible void ripple spread in all directions and airwaves surged with lightning. The black spear shattered. Just like that, the first heavenly tribulation of the 7th level was destroyed by Su Zimo with a single finger. Lin Lei was dumbfounded. He could undergo tribulation transcendence like that? Back then, the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation that slashed him half to death was destroyed by a single finger of this person. There were no divine powers, secret skills, divine weapons or dermic treasures. How could Lin Lei know that Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body had already grown to the peak of grade 11 with the baptism and tempering of the previous heavenly tribulations? There was also the refinement of the taboo mystic classics, the Pure Jade Manual and the Heaven Burial Sutra, on top of the augmentation of the Divine Elephant Breathing Technique, the Void Thunder Manual and many other top-tier cultivation techniques. Even top-grade divine weapons could not compare to his physique and bloodline. Boom! The second heavenly tribulation of the 9th level descended. Su Zimo closed 2 fingers and formed a sword art, pointing towards the heavenly tribulation. Bang! The second heavenly tribulation dissipated once more. Boom! 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 A few heavenly tribulations descended from the skies one after another. Su Zimo closed his eyes and merely waved one hand. His fingers, fists, palms and seals changed wantonly and shattered the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation at will. In the blink of an eye, the 8th heavenly tribulation of the 7th level had already ended. The 9th heavenly tribulation condensed continuously in the firmaments and countless lightning bolts spun slowly, forming a pitch-black lightning tide, prepared to accumulate the power of the heavenly tribulation to its peak before pouring down. Right then, Su Zimo raised his head and opened his eyes. A blinding light burst forth from his right eye. Boom! The beam of light charged into the pitch-black lightning tide and exploded it into pieces. Chapter 2675, 2675 Fighting the Heavenly Tribulation. 2675 Fighting the Heavenly Tribulation. Well. Lin Lei and Lin Luo were dumbfounded. That was the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation, the black lightning tide that almost killed Lin Lei back then. But now, it was destroyed by a single gaze from Su Zimo. Even human monarch Lin Zhan and immortal Queen Ling Long revealed shocked expressions, let alone the siblings. The two of them had long known about the bloodline of Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body. However, they did not expect him to be so powerful. A single visual technique shattered the final lightning tide of the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation. What kind of method was that? Lin Zhan glanced at Lin Lei beside him. You should have realized the difference between the two of you by now, right? Lin Lei remained silent. This meant that if he was a grade 9 heaven immortal, Su Zimo would be able to suppress him with that visual technique alone. The difference was way too great. Lin Lei clenched his fists and consoled himself internally, thinking to himself, tribulation transcendence is only a process and can't represent future achievements. Perhaps when Su Zimo advances to the perfected one realm and cultivates to my realm, it's still unknown who's stronger. Lin Lei had a preconceived impression of Su Zimo and thought that Su Zimo approached Lin Luo with ulterior motives. That was why he was biased. It was not that Lin Lei was targeting Su Zimo on purpose. It was because over the years, the Battle Kingdom had been plagued by internal and external troubles and was unstable. There were countless enemies and opponents watching them in the dark. There were people who had designs on Lin Luo in the past as well, so Lin Lei had no choice but to be careful. When the two of them first met, Su Zimo was only a grade 5 heaven immortal. Initially, Lin Lei did not take Su Zimo seriously given the disparity in their cultivation realms. But now, when he saw that Su Zimo was showing signs of surpassing him, he could not accept it for a moment. While Lin Lei was letting his imagination run wild, the 8th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation had already been condensed. Crack! A white heavenly tribulation descended from the skies. This time round, Su Zimo did not stand on the spot. Instead, he soared into the air and charged towards the heavenly tribulation. Back then, the martial Tao Prime Body made that choice when he welcomed the 8th level of the true martial heavenly tribulation. Now, the Green Lotus true body chose to fight the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation as well. Boom! Su Zimo raised his hand and punched, colliding with the white heavenly tribulation. His body shuddered and his momentum of soaring into the skies stopped instantly in midair. White electric arcs surged into the Green Lotus true body through his pores, washing through his flesh, bones and organs. Su Zimo frowned slightly. The power of the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation had been raised to another level. Although the Green Lotus true body received the first 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation, he suffered quite a blow as well. The 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation is no small matter. Lin Zhan said sternly, since ancient times, no one has been able to withstand the impact of the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation with their bodies. Immortal Queen Ling Long said, back then, you were severely injured by the impact of the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation and almost lost your life. The situation at that time is still unforgettable. In midair, Su Zimo stood in midair, as though he was digesting the power of the first 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Crack! The 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation did not give him any chance to catch his breath as the second heavenly tribulation arrived instantly. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he summoned his innate divine power, the 6-tusked divine strength. Behind him, 6 ivory tusks that were as white as jade pierced through his flesh and grew rapidly. They were sharp and emanated a powerful ancient aura. Su Zimo's flesh and essence spirit strength increased by 6 times instantly. Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long exclaimed softly. The two of them could clearly see 2 other tusks vaguely appear beneath the 6 divine elephant tusks behind Su Zimo. However, the 2 tusks were extremely young and there were only 2 phantoms. They could not compare to the 6 divine elephant tusks at all. Although there were only 2 additional young tusks, Su Zimo exuded a strange aura. Peerless divine power? Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long looked at each other and could tell what the other party was thinking. That innate divine power had already touched the threshold of a peerless divine power. In reality, after Su Zimo obtained the divine elephant breathing technique, he would deduce and comprehend it every time he entered seclusion. After the 6-tusk divine strength was synthesized with the divine elephant breathing technique, that innate divine power gradually transformed as well. However, due to the limitations of his cultivation realm, Su Zimo had yet to completely comprehend it and the 6-tusk divine strength had yet to transform and evolve. If that innate divine power could transform into the 8-tusk divine power, there was a high chance that it would reach the level of a peerless divine power. Boom! With the help of the 6-tusk divine strength, Su Zimo raised his hand once more and shattered the second 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation that descended. The green lotus true body endured the first 2 8 of 9 heavenly tribulations with his body. Immediately after, the third heavenly tribulation descended. Spirit Turtle Shield. Su Zimo released another innate divine power which was almost his strongest defense so far. Boom! With an earth-shaking bang, the Spirit Turtle Shield shattered. Relying on the enhancement of his 2 innate divine powers, Su Zimo rose against the tide and continued to climb, getting closer and closer to the tribulation clouds in the sky. Crack! The 4th heavenly tribulation descended. Great Vajrawil Seal. Great Mount Meru Seal. 2 supreme dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries erupted in succession. It was as though 2 gigantic and majestic mountains had descended from the tribulation clouds in the sky, shattering them. However, the heavenly tribulation was not over. Just as the tribulation clouds shattered, they gathered rapidly again. Crack! The 5th heavenly tribulation descended. Killing Word Art. Incinerating Firmament Boiling Sea. Paramitha Bridge. Lotus with every step. Star-plucking hand. Su Zimo's essence spirit was terrifying and extremely condensed, releasing 5 supreme divine powers in succession. Instantly, the ground shook and the weather changed. Bang! 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 5 supreme divine powers soared into the skies. Not only did they shatter the 5th heavenly tribulation, they charged into the tribulation clouds and stirred them up once more. Lin Zhan was shocked. Given his essence spirit, he was already close to his limit after releasing 3 supreme divine powers in succession. If he forcefully released a 4th supreme divine power, his essence spirit might suffer some hidden injuries. If he released 5 supreme divine powers in succession, his essence spirit would probably collapse first. Crack! The tribulation clouds condensed once more and the 6th 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation descended. White Tiger Corpse Collection. Su Zimo's body was filled with a blood fog and malevolent chi as he pointed towards the west. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar and violent winds, a gigantic white tiger sacred beast appeared from the west and swallowed the 6th heavenly tribulation in one gulp. Thereafter, the white tiger sacred beast charged into the tribulation clouds and galloped. Under the impact of the white tiger sacred beast, the tribulation clouds condensed much slower. Su Zimo's figure continued to rise. The repeated attacks of the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation could not stop him at all. Crack! The 7th heavenly tribulation descended. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. When the human's killing intent is released, heaven and earth shall topple. The heaven, earth and human slaying sword arts were released at the same time. Billions of sword chi soared into the skies. Countless stars appeared in the firmaments with starlight and sword beams. The dragon snake circled, summoning wind and rain. The sword intent of the human slaying sword art caused the world to spin. Chapter 2676, 2676 9 of 9 Heavenly Tribulation. 2676 9 of 9 Heavenly Tribulation. The 3 sword arts burst forth at the same time and the tribulation clouds in the firmaments were riddled with holes, sliced into pieces. Sword chi surged into the skies and the earth quaked. Even Lin Zhan and the other 3 who were far away at the edge of the valley could sense an intense sharpness that surged towards them like a spike. He was way too strong. Back then, even human monarch Lin Zhan almost died when he defended with all his might against the impact of the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. But now, Su Zimo had actually risen against the tide and fought the heavenly tribulation head-on. What was even more terrifying was that Su Zimo's every attack was clearly stronger than the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Even the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation could not stop Su Zimo's rising figure. Crack! The 8th heavenly tribulation of the 6th level descended. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and the dermic art in his hands changed once more. 4 balls of flames of different colors appeared beside him, emitting a terrifying aura. Under the control of his dermic art, the 4 balls of flames rapidly condensed and fused, forming a gigantic fireball that charged towards the incoming heavenly tribulation. At the same time, an essence spirit flame released from Su Zimo's glabella and fused into the fireball. Phew! The flames intensified. The gigantic fireball seemed to have turned into a blazing sun that rose rapidly in the valley. It was blinding and burned the surrounding void until it distorted. Lin Zhan and the other 3 who were standing at the edge of the valley felt the sharpness of the sword chi earlier on. In the blink of an eye, it was as though they were at the mouth of a volcano. Their faces shone with red light and they had shocked expressions. The Pankati Dao fire erupted. Boom! The heavenly tribulation collided with the fireball with a loud bang. The heavenly tribulation dissipated and a huge hole was blasted in the fireball. The surface of the ball was filled with cracks and countless fire rain fell. However, the dermic Dao of the Pankati Dao fire had yet to dissipate. Go! Under Su Zimo's holler, the fireball that was about to shatter continued to rise and charged into the tribulation clouds before exploding. Boom! A red light exploded from the tribulation clouds and burst forth with a blinding glow that spread rapidly, enveloping all the tribulation clouds. Red clouds filled the skies and all the tribulation clouds seemed to have burned, forming shattered clouds of fire. Half of the sky was burning. There was only one more 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation left. It was also the most powerful one among all the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulations. Although the tribulation clouds in the sky were burned red, they still tried to condense, wanting to release the last 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. At that moment, Su Zimo had already arrived in the firmaments and stood in the middle of the tribulation clouds. His gaze was deep as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and roared. Gur! A deafening dragon roar that reverberated through the world burst forth. That roar was filled with endless might. the Dragon Roar secret skill was released. The roar almost materialized and shook the void, forming visible ripples that swept in all directions like water waves. The tribulation cloud that had just condensed was shattered by the roar before it could release the final 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. The tribulation clouds dissipated and the sky returned to blue. Well. Lin Lei's gaze was dull and he could not recover for a moment. You can undergo tribulation transcendence like that? Lin Lei widened his eyes and could not help but ask, he shattered the final 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation with a single roar? Even after witnessing it with his own eyes, he still could not believe it. Immortal Queen Ling Long shook her head gently. To be precise, it's not just a sound domain secret skill. In reality, Zimo had the upper hand in every round of divine powers and secret skills. There were some dermic daos such as dermic powers, sharp sword intent and searing flames accumulating continuously in the tribulation clouds before erupting completely with that roar. Lin Lei was enlightened. The heavenly tribulation continued to accumulate power as lightning descended one after another. It was only when the 9th heavenly tribulation arrived that this power was pushed to its limits. As for Su Zimo, he countered attacks with attacks. Similar to the heavenly tribulation, he was also accumulating continuously. In the end, he was able to erupt and defeat the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation in one go. Lin Lei could no longer tell if the heavenly tribulation was transcending Su Zimo or Su Zimo was undergoing tribulation transcendence. Lin Luo had just snapped out of her daze and chuckled. Although Brother Su and Father both underwent the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation, Brother Su is clearly in a much more relaxed state than Father was. He's almost unharmed. Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long did not say anything. Instead, they looked at the sky above the valley with grim expressions. Father, Mother, I'll go over and congratulate Brother Su. Lin Luo said with a smile and was about to step forward. Immortal Queen Ling Long suddenly reached out and pulled Lin Luo back. What's wrong? Lin Luo was a little puzzled. When she saw her mother's strange expression, she followed their gazes. Above the valley, Su Zimo was still standing in midair with his head raised slightly, having no intention of leaving. At some point in time, thick tribulation clouds appeared in the blue sky. The tribulation clouds seemed to come from the end of the world. In the depths of the firmaments, they shone brightly from time to time and were filled with a terrifying aura that made one shudder. This is... Lin Luo gradually opened her mouth and paused for a moment before exclaiming, 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Lin Lei shuddered slightly when he heard that. There had never been a single 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation in the heavenly world in 1,000,000 years. In the past 1,000,000 years, only Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain had reached that level. Although the upper world was known to have the Trichiliocosm, there should not be more than 100 monster incarnates who could attract the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation in this generation. But now, he was lucky enough to witness it with his own eyes. It was only at that moment that he understood the deeper meaning behind why Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long wanted to let them siblings stay and watch. The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation nurtured many dermic daos. Being able to watch from the side was extremely beneficial to their cultivation. Furthermore, it was rumored that a peerless divine power would descend in the final 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. That was an opportunity for everyone who could watch. In the end, it would depend on who could seize that opportunity. The tribulation clouds condensed and a terrifying pressure descended slowly. Before the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation descended, Su Zimo, who was above the valley, felt immense pressure. Although the martial Tao prime body had experienced the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation before, the Green Lotus true body could only feel the pressure of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation after experiencing it for himself. It was a suffocating and irresistible might. Su Zimo's gaze was burning and he had a fearless expression. He knew that the previous 8 heavenly tribulations combined could not compare to the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. However, he was not afraid at all. His Tao heart was indestructible and unshakable. Crack! Finally, thunder exploded. The first 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation descended. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he soared into the skies, resisting the first 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation with his green lotus true body. This scene was like a moth flying into a flame. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a gigantic halo burst forth in midair and spread continuously. A figure descended from the skies and landed heavily on the ground. Chapter 2677, 2677 Destruction and Rebirth. 2677 Destruction and Rebirth. A human-shaped pit appeared in the middle of the valley. It was covered in scorch marks and billowing green smoke. Before long, a charred figure stood up slowly from the huge pit. Su Zimo's green robes were tattered from the first 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation and his entire body seemed to have been burned into charcoal. Through his tattered clothes, one could clearly see that the surface of Su Zimo's body was cracked and there were faint scarlet bloodstains. During the tribulation transcendence earlier on, not only was Su Zimo not injured, he even rose against the tide and released many divine powers and secret skills, passing the 8th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation with incomparable ease. But now, the first 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation had already dealt such a terrifying blow to him. Immortal Queen Ling Long was a little worried and said in a deep voice, "The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation is known as an extreme heavenly tribulation that destroys everything. According to what I know, many monster incarnate living beings who attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation failed to survive. This was only the first 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. The later it was, the stronger the heavenly tribulation was." Crack! The second 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation descended. Unlike usual, Su Zimo did not release any divine powers, secret skills or divine weapons. Stomping the ground, he soared into the air once more and endured the heavenly tribulation with his body. Boom! Su Zimo's figure fell into the huge pit earlier on at an even faster speed. Cough, cough. This time round, Su Zimo was beaten even more miserably. He crawled out of the huge pit slowly with injuries all over his body and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood with a dispirited expression. "Mother, what is he doing?" Lin Luo was a little anxious and could not help but ask, "Even if you want to temper your body, isn't that too risky?" Lin Luo was not the only one. Lin Lei did not know either. However, Su Zimo looked like he had lost half his life from the 2 heavenly tribulations. How could he withstand the remaining 7 heavenly tribulations? Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long had long been conferred the title of king and their judgment was even more brilliant. They could tell something else from Su Zimo. Su Zimo's injuries were indeed serious. However, the life force in his body was endless as well. Everlasting vitality was healing his injuries crazily. The speed of recovery was extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, the perfected one heavenly tribulation did not give Su Zimo any chance to catch his breath. The third 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation descended once more. This time round, Su Zimo stood on the spot motionlessly, allowing the third heavenly tribulation to arrive and penetrate his body. His chest and lower abdomen had been pierced and his organs were destroyed. Lightning circled continuously, blocking the self-healing of the green lotus true body. More than half of the flesh on his arms and feet was washed away by the third heavenly tribulation, revealing the green bones inside. The third 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation almost washed away Su Zimo's flesh, leaving only a green skeleton standing on the spot in a shocking manner. His injuries were way too severe. Indeed, grade 9 heaven immortals could be reborn with a drop of blood. However, there were restrictions. Under the envelopment of such a terrifying heavenly tribulation power, it was impossible for him to recover from his injuries, let alone use blood rebirth. Lin Lei estimated that if he were to suffer such a serious injury, he would probably have to recuperate for a year and a half before he could recover. What a pity! Lin Lei thought to himself. In his eyes, Su Zimo was indeed above him to be able to attract the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Unfortunately, the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation could also take Su Zimo's life. If Su Zimo was already beaten to such a state by the third 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, how should he defend against the next 6? It was a situation of absolute death. During the process of tribulation transcendence, it was useless even if someone saved him. Just as Lin Lei was deep in thought, his gaze swept past Su Zimo once more and his expression changed as he exclaimed softly. Surrounded by countless lightning bolts, flesh grew rapidly on Su Zimo's bones and his shattered organs healed crazily. The speed of self-healing was too fast and could be seen with the naked eye. Endless life force surged through Su Zimo's body and he was almost enveloped by a green glow, filled with vitality. What's going on? Lin Lei was dumbfounded. Only Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long could tell something. Su Zimo had the body of the creation Green Lotus and his self-healing ability far surpassed other living beings and other bloodlines. But now, Su Zimo made use of the power of the heavenly tribulation thunderbolts to unleash the healing power of the creation Green Lotus to its limits. Apart from destruction, lightning contained life force as well. Everything in the world would be revived with the sound of lightning in the spring. Apart from severely injuring the Green Lotus true body, the lightning that descended from the skies also awakened all the life force of the Green Lotus true body. Shatter and recovery. Destruction and rebirth. Throughout the entire process, the Green Lotus true body transformed continuously and was reborn, growing rapidly towards the peak of grade 12. In just a few breaths, Su Zimo's flesh regenerated and he returned to normal. His condition was even better than before and there were no injuries on his body. When the martial Dao Prime body attempted the first 3 9 of 9 heavenly tribulations, he relied on his martial Dao body to survive. Although the Green Lotus true body had not reached that level, he was safe even after the 3 heavenly tribulations thanks to the powerful bloodline of the creation Green Lotus. The 4th heavenly tribulation did not have a specific form. Instead, it was the bloodline tribulation that acted directly on Su Zimo's body. Su Zimo channeled his blood qi and green light burst forth from his body. His blood qi rose and his aura increased exponentially. The Green Lotus bloodline in his body circulated and the sound of a tsunami rumbled. Ever since Su Zimo ascended, he had almost never used the Green Lotus bloodline because he was worried that his Green Lotus true body would be exposed. Now that the Green Lotus bloodline that he had suppressed for a long time was completely released, he felt an unprecedented joy. What bloodline is that? Lin Lei looked at Su Zimo in the middle of the valley and frowned slightly with a puzzled expression. Given his experience, he could not recognize the origin of Su Zimo's bloodline. After the bloodline tribulation, the 5th heavenly tribulation was the essence spirit tribulation. The essence spirit tribulation descended silently and formlessly into Su Zimo's consciousness. Under normal circumstances, the essence spirit tribulation was the most dangerous of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Throughout history, many monster incarnates died because of this essence spirit tribulation. However, although the essence spirit tribulation was terrifying, it posed no threat to Su Zimo. His essence spirit was way too strong. After the Green Lotus essence spirit synthesized with the Dragon Phoenix essence spirit, it cultivated the taboo mystic classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, which was known as the #1 spirit refinement technique. Even before the tribulation transcendence, his essence spirit realm had already reached the perfected one realm. Furthermore, Su Zimo controlled many essence spirit secret skills. The Green Lotus essence spirit sat on the lotus platform with many lotus seeds surrounding him. The lotus platform beneath him spewed countless green rays of light. The essence spirit tribulation descended silently and ended without a trace. After the essence spirit tribulation, it was the sixth heavenly tribulation, the Tao heart tribulation. This was a test of a cultivator's Tao heart. Be it the green lotus true body or the martial Tao prime body, their Tao hearts were the same and they were on the same level. Back then, the true martial heavenly tribulation could not shake the Tao heart of the martial Tao prime body. Naturally, the Tao heart tribulation today could not threaten the green lotus true body. The seventh heavenly tribulation was the karma tribulation. The tribulation clouds in the sky surged and sparks floated down, landing on Su Zimo's body and igniting instantly. The flames burned rapidly from the inside out. Karmic fire burned karma. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. As he endured the pain, he sensed the dermic Tao contained in the karmic fire on his body to improve the red lotus karmic fire he cultivated. Chapter 2678, 2678 The Final Tribulation. 2678 The Final Tribulation. Under the burning of the red lotus karmic fire, Su Zimo almost turned into a gigantic flaming man. His entire body was flushed red and his bones turned almost transparent. However, a tremendous vitality continued to surge in his body, resisting the red lotus karmic fire. Su Zimo controlled 5 powerful flames himself. While enduring immense pain after receiving the baptism of the red lotus karmic fire, he could also comprehend the dermic Tao of flames from it. The red lotus karmic fire lasted for an extremely long time. However, the life force in Su Zimo's body was never extinguished. In front of him was a fiery red fan. It was the Seven Tails Phoenix Feather Fan. Under the tempering of the red lotus karmic fire, the Seven Tails Phoenix Feather Fan was also transforming. Initially, the fan only had 7 fan bones. But now, it was gradually condensing an 8th or even 9th fan bone. Roar! As time passed, an earth-shaking roar sounded from the fan. When the Seven Tails Phoenix Feather Fan landed in Su Zimo's hands, the spirit of the divine phoenix inside had already awakened. However, that roar was not the voice of the divine phoenix at all. Su Zimo injected the power of his essence spirit into the fan and fanned it gently. Phew! Immediately after, a terrifying demon beast crawled out of the fan. It was bathed in flames and resembled a dragon and phoenix. Its dragon horns were towering and its claws were sharp. It even had a pair of wings on its back. Taboo Dragon Phoenix. Lin Zhan said sternly. Immortal Queen Ling Long nodded. His fan has already transformed into a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure. After the taboo dragon phoenix appeared, it guarded Su Zimo and circled him continuously, devouring the red lotus karmic fire in large mouthfuls and helping Su Zimo resist the karma tribulation. The pressure on Su Zimo decreased rapidly and his flesh and bones were healing at a visible speed. Finally, the 7th tribulation ended. The 8th tribulation descended. The weapon tribulation. The tribulation clouds in the sky surged and the power of the heavenly tribulation within condensed continuously. In fact, it even transformed into various divine weapons and dermic treasures that descended from the skies like rain. Although they were not true dermic treasures, they were even more terrifying than true dermic treasures. Every divine weapon and dermic treasure contained the power of the 8th heavenly tribulation condensed in a pure manner and was frighteningly lethal. The power of each divine weapon was equivalent to a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure. Right now, weapons rained down with a terrifying might, slashing toward Su Zimo in the valley. Such a terrifying scene sent chills down one's spine. There were ancient bells, heavy cauldrons, sharp sabers, swords and long arrows that tore through the air. There were also many unorthodox weapons such as horsetail whips, needles, ancient mirrors, pearls, jade butterflies. Everywhere that was visible was filled with killing intent that filled the skies with a cold glint. That's too terrifying. Lin Luo was speechless and exclaimed softly. Even the proud Lin Lei had a thought. How could mere human strength withstand such a heavenly tribulation? Ah! Right then, Su Zimo suddenly roared and released his supreme divine power, 3 heads 6 arms. Instead of retreating, he advanced and leaped into the air. Suddenly, a few weapons appeared in his hands. A horsetail whip that was emerald green danced with 3,000 threads of dust. There was also an exquisite auspicious jade. The head was in the shape of an auspicious cloud and was embedded with 3 beads. There were also 9 dragons circling around the handle. One of his palms grabbed a handful of seemingly ordinary yellow sand. His 4th hand held the 9 tails dragon phoenix fan. The remaining 2 free hands held different immortal seals. Prior to this, Su Zimo did not summon the primordial unity horsetail whip, Trinity auspicious jade and 9 heavens living soil mainly because there was no need. The 3 divine weapons were a part of his body to begin with. At the same time as tempering the green lotus true body, the 3 divine weapons could be tempered. But now, in the face of the weapon tribulation, Su Zimo did not dare to be careless and summoned the 3 divine weapons and the 9 tails dragon phoenix fan that had just transformed into a 9 tribulation spirit treasure. Not only that, Su Zimo changed hand seals continuously and communicated with the ancient stars, releasing the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram. Behind the tribulation clouds in the sky, a large number of stars appeared faintly in endless starlight scattered down, surging into Su Zimo's body. Borrowing the power of billions of stars, Su Zimo released 3 heads 6 arms. Wielding the 4 divine weapons, he went against the heavens and charged into the weapon tribulation. Clang! 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 Boom! 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 In midair, the sound of divine weapons clashing could be heard and sparks flew. The killing intent of the weapon tribulation came from all directions. As for Su Zimo, with the help of 3 heads 6 arms and a defensive dermic treasure like the 9 heavens living soil, he could be protected from almost everything. Even if he was struck by some divine weapons and dermic treasures, he could defend against them head-on with his green lotus true body that was infinitely close to grade 12. The weapons were endless and Su Zimo relied on his powerful and robust blood qi to fight against them. Su Zimo was like a tireless god of war as he rampaged through the sea of weapons that covered the skies, shattering the countless divine weapons and dermic treasures condensed from the heavenly tribulation into nothingness. He's too strong. Even Lin Lei could not help but express it at this moment. If he were in the same position in the past, he might not have been able to last more than 3 breaths. After an unknown period of time, the divine weapons and dermic treasures in the sky gradually thinned and were knocked down by Su Zimo before dissipating. The 8th heavenly tribulation was over. Su Zimo stood in midair and took deep breaths to recover his essence qi. When the 4 people at the edge of the valley saw Su Zimo successfully pass the 8th heavenly tribulation, not only did they not relax, they even became nervous. That was because after the weapon tribulation ended, there was only the last heavenly tribulation left. The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. The pinnacle of the perfected 1 heavenly tribulation. No matter what paragon or monster incarnate anyone were, they might die in the final 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Of course, if they could survive it successfully, it would be an unimaginable opportunity for those undergoing the tribulation transcendence. That was because the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was also known as the divine power tribulation. Typically, a peerless divine power would descend from the final 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Even the 4 people watching from the side also had a chance to cultivate this peerless divine power. However, the 4 of them were only spectators after all and were far from experiencing the tribulation transcendence of that peerless divine power personally. Mother. Lin Luo had a worried expression and said softly, from the looks of it, he's almost used up all his trump cards. I wonder if he can survive. Immortal Queen Ling Long remained silent. Su Zimo's condition was indeed not bad. After receiving the impact of the heavenly tribulation, not only did he not suffer any losses, his aura and strength even surpassed when he had just undergone tribulation transcendence. However, the final 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was no small matter. It was far from what the weapon tribulation earlier on could compare to. Without extraordinary methods, there was no way he could survive. Even Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long were not confident. Even though they had long been conferred the title of kings and condensed their grotto heavens, this was the first time they had witnessed the legendary 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. The two of them did not know what level the final 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation would reach either. Lin Zhan said softly, "There are only a few peerless divine powers in the upper world. If he's lucky and meets with a peerless divine power with relatively weaker killing power, he should be able to tide through it successfully." You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.